Publicist. That's starting at 7:30 in about 15 minutes, guys. I'm looking at it. They're saying Florida is leading. Yep.
Not declared just yet, but it's different from what we projected. Wake up.
Everybody, America decides. We're about to go and talk to you guys and see how you feel. So we're gonna come around and interview you guys.
We'd love to know your thoughts on the election and how crazy it was. Like, how do you feel about it? Gotcha. Anybody?
America is going to be no longer called the United States, but just the States. And it's going to be not the home of the land of the free, it's going to be the land of just the land. And yeah, just self destruction, basically. Well, yeah, good luck. What do I do?
Thank you so much, Dragon. Thank you so much. Again, it just may be the land and not the land of the free. That's what Dragon said. Thank
Or
you
the
so much,
state.
Dragon.
You saying states, not the United States.
That too. No, I think we'll be united. I really do. And of course, we all hope for that. And you know, whichever way it goes, please always do business here in America. Hey, Quan, you have something to say? You wanna say something? We'd love to hear it. Okay. I'm spamming the mic. I am. I'm sorry. I'll be doing that all night too. Thank you, Quan. Listen, if you have something to say, we would love to hear your experience, whether it be at the voting polls today or if you early voted. We want to hear your experience and what you might be looking at. Ooh, if you're looking at the board over there, it's saying Donald Trump is at 61% in Indiana. That is a big deal. Now, but again, the night is not over. It has just begun.
I do now. Sure, sure. Okay, I just grab it. Is this good? Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Baby Angel here. I am so excited about tonight. I am mostly excited because history may be made tonight. We may be watching the very first African American or Black slash Asian female president. Guys, this is huge. I'm excited about it. I'm elated. And yeah, let's go. Now, I do want to say, don't be discouraged. Excuse me, I'm talking. That's rude. Anyways, before I was rudely interrupted, what I want to say is, before I get off the mic, it's only a 3%. You know, if your phone is charged up 3%, it ain't really talking about much. So give it some time, give her some patience, and let her get warmed up. All right, happy voting. Oh, trigger. Oh, shit. Oh, oh my God, I should have turned it on. Hey, Divine. Yes, right here. Okay.
Exactly. The Kamala Harris, the ex-senator, the VP, the Kamala Harris. It's a very strong possibility she might win tonight. Donald Trump, president, businessman, entrepreneur. There's several things you could say about him. Some good things, some bad things. But I would say that he does have a very good chance of winning. The polls have been saying for a really long time that it was neck and neck, and we will see tonight who will the winner. Again, if you have something else to say, please come on up. I'd love to hear from you. to hear from you. All right, Rich. All right, I'm gonna let go.
All right. Yeah. I hope I'm hoping that Trump don't win because of his Project 25 policy he has in play. One of the in that policy it states that he with the police he's gonna give the police force the right to shoot people and not be prosecuted. If they kill people, they will not be prosecuted. That's one of the things in his policy I do not agree with. So I'm hoping that he don't win. I voted for Kamala, and that's who I hope to win.
Absolutely, absolutely.
for women, the reproductive health. We have currently have women dying because of bans, um, and that is huge. I think that our women are going to come out and vote their conscience, hopefully, and put that on as the top uh, choice.
Okay.
I mean, top thing for the.
Okay. So, do you believe women have a really big say in this election on which way it goes? Do you think it's
Oh, definitely. They have a big stake, so they have a big say. It depends
absolutely?
on you want to have your rights. You don't want them taken away. So I think that they need to have their voices heard. We need to have our voices heard.
Okay. Okay. I agree. I agree there. I believe voters are highly focused on like economic issues, with inflation, job security, and healthcare costs. That's forefront of going on right now currently. Um, I think there's a lot of concern over public safety too, and like access to affordable housing. I mean, of course, each community have their own unique priorities, and whatnot. But I think overall, economic stability and just like basically like the quality of life is really important. That's top people.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. The border wall, immigration. I think that that's a really big thing as well. Jobs. The whole they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats in Ohio. That's that has affected the electorate as well. For the Americans who feel that their jobs are being taken away from another, or they feel unsafe because it's so possible that a terrorist has crossed the border. Not to make light of it, but it is true. We don't know who has crossed the border, and it's important that we find out who those people are, and if they're bad actors, then they need to be removed. And that's something that Trump was a big advocate for, and so yeah, I think that that is one of the another big issue of the campaign.
Okay. All right. And that there's definitely a lot of like coverage, social media coverage around this particular election, right? We see the trends on TikTok and everything, eating the cats, eating the dogs, and things like that. How do you guys feel about the media coverage? Do you think that that has shaped the opinion of this election cycle? Do you feel like voters really got too much information? Were they misinformed through a lot of information going around on social media?
Well, I think social media played a huge role in this year. And I think in general, as elections go on, I think social media is going to play an even bigger role. I think a lot of people are looking for sound bites. And, a sound bite is something that, for those who don't know, is something that you can just clip and it can go viral and every news network and every Instagram page and everybody's buzzing about it. And I think for, these campaigns, both campaigns, they were looking for moments that would be sound bites. Like you can take an example from maybe Tim Walz, right? Kamala Harris's running mate, when he said JD Vance is weird. And then that became a whole thing. And everybody said, they're weird, they're weird, they're weird, right? That became a big thing. Or when they said, like you said, eating the cats or the childless cat ladies, right? Things like that. Those are, I think they're done for effect, to be honest with you. Do I really think that these candidates believe that people are eating dogs and cats in, Ohio? I don't know. But do I think that they're saying it because it's going to cause, people to talk and to spread news and things like that about their campaign? Absolutely. So I think they're chasing sound bites. They know it's going to go viral, and they think that's going to help.
I, I also think that you can overdo it, where people are no longer listening and they become numb to it. And that are no longer listening, voices heard. We no longer have the attention of the people because they're so tired of all the nonsense. Then, I don't think that it's going to affect their vote.
I mean,
Absolutely.
I
Because I
feel.
really can't.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
go
You
ahead.
go.
Go ahead, Mister. No, that was me. Go ahead. You're good. Go,
What I was
that was
I was
that was
actually gonna amplify. I'm I'm sorry, peoples. My bad. Please
No,
go ahead.
it's fine. Go ahead. You're good. No, no, go.
Okay,
It's on you.
I was just gonna amplify exactly what you guys had said on the other side. It's like, all of these things are just sound bites. I predicted that there was going to be a song, just like Obama had a song. You know what I mean? You guys remember that? That was a Wyclef song, and it was everywhere. And I was just like, the Democrats is going to have another song. But the next thing you know, Donald Trump had two songs. He not only had the kind of folk one, they're killing the dogs, they're killing the cats. He had that one. And then Beyonce came out with one.
Dancing with Beyonce.
Yeah.
Hey.
Right? Dancing with
Party with
Beyonce.
Beyonce. Hey.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, though. It really is about people really getting attracted to something that they're always attracted to. Music, something funny, something making fun of somebody, and really that's how Trump has really made his way through the political system.
But if you also think about it as well, it's kind of like that's what's relatable these days. So that's what people are relating to. They're relating to the sound bites and the memes and the funny stuff. You know what I mean? So, and especially if they're trying to engage now with with the generation coming up. Like I just heard a young person in here, he can't even vote yet, but he's very up on what's going on now because of social media. You know what I mean? So that's also another thing to take into account. It's kind of like Trump has kind of relatable on that level with that audience, as far as I can
Yeah, I was
tell.
gonna say exactly that. I mean, there's a good and bad side to everything, correct? So, but I really think social media has made it easier for political and social messages to go viral with the trends on TikTok and then like the IG campaigns about social justice. It just kind of makes politics feel more accessible to
Republicans out there that are still saying, I'm going to still support this person. I'm still, that doesn't change my vote, right? I think even though, they are sound bites, it still makes you pause for a second and really question people and their character because even though it's a sound bite, if you still believe in something like that, what does that say about you, right? So, it's that double-edged sword, if you may say.
Okay, right. So let's kind of explore how this election and then the results will affect our daily lives, right? So, what do you think these results mean for everyday Americans in terms of issues such as healthcare, the economy, education, the war? How do you think after tonight, who either side, whoever wins, how do you feel as though the results will affect either side?
I think that I'm sorry. I was going to say that I think that it's going to be hard, okay, on either side, right? It's going to be hard because having a president who's already been a president, you're going to have these thoughts of what he should be, right? It's going to be hard because and then on the other side, you'll have a woman president for the first time, which will change the dynamic of men and women in America. Husband and wife, how you train your daughters and how you train your sons and how they interact together. Like I feel like there are a lot of different things that will impact America and the world because again, people say all the time, there are women leaders all over the world. Yes, but it's not in America. America is the leading country in the world, and it's gonna be a big change, and we all have to be ready for it.
That's what I was going to tack on too. Do you think America's ready for a black woman president? Do you think?
hey panel, you have 15
What are your feelings on that? Your thoughts on that?
Not a drink is cool. I like the
Are
drink.
we ready to move forward in this direction?
I know it's a heavy question.
I know. I think we, some of us are. I think internationally, a woman would be accepted as a president more so than here in America, because I think we're backwards. I think we're behind when it comes to leadership. And I'm concerned. I am concerned about both, whoever wins on both ends, because as a black female, we are the most unprotected, people in the world. And she's going to rank the highest office I just think about the threats that are going to come. And with the latest fluke of the Secret Service with Donald Trump, I'm concerned that, they're not going to be up to par when it comes to if the threats that are going to come, because they're coming. They're definitely coming.
I share the same sentiments for sure. I do.
And to add on to what you were saying, Inati, as well. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Unique.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, people said that about Obama. Was America ready for a black president? So, there's change is inevitable. There's always going to be change. You know what I'm saying? If she so happens to win, if they're not ready, they better get ready. You feel me? Because I feel like we need to change. You have to evolve, as people, as a nation. So, yes, what you were saying, there's going to be concerns, of course. But I'm a huge advocate of just not putting things in the atmosphere. Yes, we understand, but let's not even speak on it, but I am ready for change.
Okay. Sherwin, you want to say something?
Yeah, just to piggyback off what Inati and Unique are saying, right? Because I think an argument that I constantly hear from the right is, the reason why they love Trump is because, just politician, right? They think that he's going to come in and he's going to bring in this new change, these new beginnings, because he's not a politician, right? But if you think about it, he's still a white male, and we've had nothing but white males with the exception of one, right, which is Barack Obama. And so is it really the change that we need, that it's not a politician, or is it deeper than that? Is it a gender change? Is it a person of color? Like those kinds of changes that we need to be making so that we have a different perspective on how to run this country. I think, even though people think, oh, he's not a politician, Trump is still looking at this world and this country from a white male's perspective. And I think that Kamala Harris coming in, even though she is a politician or an attorney general and a lawyer and a prosecutor, at least she has a different perspective on the world because of her race and her sex and the life lessons that she's gone through personally. So I think that's why we need a different change, is a different perspective completely.
All right. Now let's kind of go into our duties after this election is over. Let's talk about how important you guys think it is for us to stay engaged and informed beyond election day. After this election, what are your thoughts on how we can be more engaged with our communities, how we can be more engaged with our local government going forward, whether red or blue wins this election?
Well, I tell you, the one thing I would say is that we need to start making laws around election day and along our vote. A lot of times they say, well, we can't have electronic voting because someone else will come and mess it all up. No, but if we have electronic voting the same way we do crypto, the same way we can transfer our money from one to the other, we can figure that out so it's easier for people to vote. The other thing I want to say is that it should be a holiday. I need to go the same way we another holiday that's not election day. Because I feel like we have so many holidays that we make up, but the thing that we stand on the most, you got to go to work right after you vote, we need a website. Yes, we have a couple of websites, but we need a main website where we could see who these people are and how they voted. When I voted today, it was a ton of people that I was just like, I've never heard of this person. You want me to vote for who? So I feel that with the presence of Donald Trump, regardless whether you like him or not, he has brought a life into politics that made people want to get involved and understand how the political system works. I think Obama was one of the first people, but I feel that Trump really pushed the needle.
Anyone else want to weigh in on our? Well, your mic went off. MF, if you're still
finished
talking, it's not green.
I just want to add on. Yeah, these bomb threats and what's going on with now I think we're learning that I guess in the next election that we have in 4 years, we have to secure our polls. You know what I'm saying? Like now we're starting to realize, I think after this, every election moving forward from now is going to be just as tense, just as dramatic, just as, sometimes even violent, right? And we're starting to see these bomb threats. And, they were even, when we were over there at the correspondence table, Jen was reporting that they were actually targeting a lot of the poll locations that are, prominent in Black communities. And so if you think about that, we were just talking about race and if Kamala is ready, clearly the other side, there are people who don't think that she's ready and that race plays a role. So they're, doing bomb threats and things like that to, prevent people of color from going to the polls. So
and listen, it could be other people. It could also be other people from across the seas, because not a lot of people want to see her win. Because, having a woman as president, you're looking at her as a auntie, a mother, and you want to protect her. So if you do something that makes, as a man, I want to protect my woman. So I feel that this is the kind of right time, as we are in several wars, whether they be proxy wars or whatever. I feel that a woman's touch might actually be very helpful with America. But again, Donald Trump has an iron fist. They're scared of him because they don't know what he's going to do, which is also another good thing to have.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? All right, I got one last question here before we open it up to the floor to see if you guys have any questions at all for the panel up here. And this is just looking towards the future. I know there are a lot of people who did not go out today to vote because they may have felt a certain type of way or may have been misinformed or too much information. What advice can you give people, voters, who may feel disillusioned or just disconnected from the results? Like, how can they stay motivated and maybe go out there next election to actually cast their votes?
I think that if they want to get involved or feel that they need to get involved, they can go to their local politician, mayor, office, whatever. They're always having efforts because they're coming, yeah, or federal government, and just keep their pulse on information that way. That way they're not listening to the noise. They're up front, they're up close and personal with it. That's one way they can stay in touch.
Okay, that's good advice. Anyone else?
No, I don't really have an answer for that, but I don't really have an answer directly to that, but I just know that, voters are looking for transparency. They're looking for policies that kind of like prioritize their needs over party agendas. So I think it starts with the people who are running. You can't really vouch for people who aren't doing things the right way. So it's up to them to kind of put public mind at ease. So, as long as we get that transparency and know that our voices are being heard, then I think people will be more acclimated to vote.
Yeah.
I would say early voting. Early voting, early voting. I would definitely recommend. I did not early vote this time around, but I would definitely recommend someone else or the next time around, I will be early voting. Just so I'm in the comfortability in my own house. I'm seeing who the candidates are. I can look who and find out more information about them right on the spot and be a little bit more educated on it. So I would definitely recommend early voting. And this year was a record early voting. So I think that it's going to lean that way going forward.
I agree with you saying too, MF Son, but at the same time, no one's going to early vote if they don't feel encouraged to vote.
Let's close.
You know what I mean? So we got to get people wanting to vote.
Let's close it down. Let's wrap it up.
At all.
Okay. And I want to definitely open it up for anyone. If you have any questions, you can step forward, open it up for a little bit. If you want to ask the panel any questions. Yes, you can raise your hand and Jim will come over with a mic for you. All right.
Okay, anybody has questions?
Anybody?
Okay.
If you do grab the mic, you got to click it and turn it on, turn it off. Somebody
Just
said
come
I
to
do
me.
over there.
You got to come to me, please. I'm over here. I'm over here. Okay,
Yeah, she's
I'll come
over
to
here,
you.
guys.
Actually, Jed, let's have you sit right in the middle of that aisle because I think there's a stage blocker
Alright.
that people are bumping into. So let's have you move down just a little bit. There we go.
You ready? What's your name? Messiah.
We got a breaking news. South Carolina.
Come on, baby.
South Carolina. Trump has won South Carolina.
Nobody has won yet. They're at percentages right now.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. They it was just projection. It wasn't projection.
Yes.
Oh, it is West Virginia. It's West Virginia.
Hi, Karma. Hi, darling.
Okay, let me grab it.
So I just went to Chuck E. Cheese.
Got it. I'm sorry.
I just went Donald Trump, and I just love it before. And I tried to visit, so I tried to visit.
Okay, hit the trigger, pick it up again. Workrooms, right? Pick it up again.
Thank you, Jacob.
I'm going to the meeting. Okay.
So they're saying they're having Trump
Thank
rallies
you,
at the
Jacob.
Chuck E. Cheese. Is that what they said?
Yeah, that's what's going on. I want to thank you guys so much for joining the Pulse of the People panel. Thank my lovely panelists. Once again, we have Unique Soul, the MF Son, Inati, and Sherwin. I, for one, am definitely anxious to hear about what the results are for tonight. I'm also glad that I will no longer be getting any text messages to my phone, and the emails are going to stop after tonight, It's one thing, but thank you guys for joining. Stay tuned. We have more panels coming up next. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. The America Decides with panel Pulse of the People, hosted by the one and only Meta Publicist. Thank you so much. Now, guys, we're going to go to NBC News to get our live streaming for the next half an hour before the next exciting panel will come up. So enjoy yourselves.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, DJ Marcus, how are you?
North Carolina.
I'm pretty good.
Thank you guys for coming to the America Decides.
We are so cooked.
We are streaming NBC News.
Virginia just switched over to blue leaning, so that's a That's a good thing for
Virginia.
It's only 30%.
Okay.
Ohio moved to blue leaning.
Ohio. Wow.
Ohio moved to blue. But remember, we're at very low percentages, guys.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, yeah, they're low.
We spoke before, Jen, about how the possibility of all these different ways that Kamala could win, or Trump could win.
We have.
It's not always the big guys. It's a lot of the small ones if you win them right. It's that blue wall that you talk about a lot, So there's a possibility that she can really inch this through. My concern is it's the big, the Philadelphia, the Michigans, the Ohio's, those big ones that I'm really looking forward to see. Possibilities, the Philadelphia,
those big ones. I'll just, because you said those states, like so far the reporting, like Jen said, it's still low. It's like 10% of reporting, right? But we can report right now. Pennsylvania is leaning blue, all right? Only 5% of voting, though. So 76% is voting for Harris. 22% is Trump, all right? Ohio is also leaning blue with 34% reporting, which is important. So that one is, on its way.
Right there,
Michigan, Michigan just started their counting. They're at 2%. They are leading 76% Harris, 22% Donald Trump. Florida is at 87%. They have pretty much declared Donald Trump. We're also seeing some of these other smaller states on the East Coast come in. New Hampshire, New Jersey, all right, are leaning towards Harris. And then we just saw Maine. Oh, wait, no. Massachusetts is blue. Michigan, we just said Michigan is leaning blue. Yep. And North Carolina is leaning blue as well at the moment with 8% reporting. So it's still very early on, right?
Very early.
These are the early trends that we're seeing, the early trends.
And it's really, really tight. So,
anything could happen.
Anything could happen. We're like pancakes.
Yeah, Virginia is tight. Virginia is tight. Virginia and Ohio right now are battling it out. They're going back and forth. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Well, again, I think that this is. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. I'm sorry, Jen.
Our next panel is at 8:30 with the Undecided with Ms. Queen Lili.
Lili.
Hey.
Lili.
Lili. Yep.
Lili.
Didn't I say
Lili? It's Queen Lili. I'll help you.
Queen Lili.
Not Lily, but Lili.
Oh, Lili. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yo soy Hispanic. Yo soy Boricua, so we say Lili, okay? All right.
Hey. And also, real quick, just a small announcement for those who are in here. This is the main area, of course. If you do want to go exploring, we do have a bus stop at the very front where you first came in. The bus will take you to 1400 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is the White House, of course. And there are some people over there. So 1600. Oh, I'm wrong. Thank you. 1600. I said 1400 is, the liquor store down the street. No, I'm just kidding. But 1600 is the White House. 1600 is the White House. If y'all want to check it out, there's a bus stop that takes you there and a bus stop that brings you right back. All right, but for the next panel at 8:30 on the Undecided with Miss Queen Lili.
And also, I just want to talk about that build over on the other side at the White House. It is so
very
beautiful.
Impressive. Yes,
Ossie did such an amazing job on that build.
Shout out to Ossie.
I'll be right back.
The huge hat in the middle of the of the courtyard of the White House and all the little things in the Oval Office, Monica Lewinsky's office, we talk about that all the time.
Lord, here we go. Golly.
And all the great things that you can see at the White House. Again, great job, Ossie. Great job on this build as well as the other. Thank you so much.
Call it Monica's office. The cigar's still under the desk.
Not the cigar under the desk.
Sorry.
She in the bag doing laundry. So it says 95-35. Let me just see.
Oh yeah, I haven't done that yet.
Not like upset about Pennsylvania again. This was like 8 years ago.
It sounds good when I can get it to work, but again, that's another thing. It's like it'll work and build and test, or actually it'll work and test. That's why you see me build and test for a few minutes at a time.
The whole video. Ooh, North Carolina.
Wow, North Carolina governor has just won on the Democratic side.
Blue.
It was very, very controversial.
Yes,
a lot of things. He said a lot of bad things, including something about being on a porn site.
Yeah. So,
just being a black Nazi.
Mhm.
He was definitely one of those guys that we would not want running our country. I'm sorry.
Absolutely not. He's friends with Donald Trump. You see how Donald Trump dropped him right away, huh?
Well, Donald Trump's good for dropping a lot of people. You're fired. You're not my friend anymore.
You got caught. That's what it was. You got caught.
Totally. I don't think that he had a way to get out of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, once it went through, I just don't think there was a way that he could win, even with his own base. He had a lot going on.
So it is a Democratic governor that's taking over. What time is it?
Okay, you guys. So it's too soon to call, but it looks like in Pennsylvania, the Democrat Casey is 72% off of the Republican. McCormick at 25%.
All right, PA.
Florida, Tim Scott is he's gonna win. He's an incumbent.
No. There's no
Are they actually reporting this, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, we got a long night, guys. So I hope you got some snacks and food. It's gonna be a long night.
That's projected.
Oh yeah.
That's not the real one. That's projected. That's the real one.
That's the real one.
Yeah.
I will be.
You know what I'm also interested in and curious about? The after polls. You know what I mean? The exit polls. I am so interested in seeing that. The gender gap, the racial gap. I mean, I'm just so interested on what that's going to sound like. I'm sure that's going to be very interesting to a lot of Americans.
Definitely.
Is there a live stream going right
Yes, Miss Queen. Yes, there is a live stream. Lux Vision Productions is streaming live, and also T-Bot.
Oh no.
Yes, T-Bot is also streaming live. Yes, if you look on to T-Bot or as well as Ben Official, if you go to any one of our Instagrams, you will be able to find it there live. If you go there now, you'll just see a clock because we are intermission and we're doing a lot of the news outlets. And then as soon as the panel comes on, we'll be back online live.
And speaking of news stream, if you guys cannot see the screen,
Are you looking to take your online presence to the next level? At Lux Vision Studios, we're your one-stop shop for building a strong digital brand and connecting with your target audience. We produce high-quality shows in a variety of formats, including podcasts, talk shows, gaming content, and motivational videos. Our team of experts will manage your social media channels and branding, helping you amplify your story and reach a wider audience. We stream content across popular social media platforms and Roku, ensuring maximum visibility. Whether you're a gamer, entrepreneur, or looking to inspire others, we have the expertise to help you achieve your online goals. Here's what sets us apart: engaging content. We produce a variety of shows to keep your audience interested and coming back for more. Social media and branding mastery. We'll manage your online presence and build a strong brand that resonates with your target audience. Multi-platform reach. We stream your content across popular platforms and Roku, maximizing your visibility. Community focus. We believe in fostering a community around your content, creating a loyal following. Let Lux Vision Studios help you connect with your community and amplify your voice online.
To the stage, we're ready for.
Hello, hello. I have MF Sun. Well,
So it must be my Canada boys big.
Nothing. You did nothing. It's just too new. I can't do this.
TV, but a lot of it is left media.
You couldn't.
Where
I'll
You know,
share
if you-
my
if y'all go
I
to,
do depend on the independent media.
Focus on the actual key issues, right? We're talking around it. So you can be very misinformed and then you're watching debates and no questions are being answered. So you have no choice but to go to social media and get information overload or get the wrong information. So people, are undecided on that issue because of that.
And I think that there was a perfect example of that was the hurricane that came, right? It was a whole bunch of misinformation and the lives because of it. So, it just shows you and tells you how important information is and the right information.
Yeah, such as, one side saying something about immigration. But if you look at immigration, it went down 60% due to Biden putting down his foot. So in a year, 60% went down on immigration crossing, but the Democrats are really, really slack on that information for everyone. So of course it doesn't get any play.
Somebody's guess about what might happen.
But this day and age,
But the 3 million people, 3 million people that were already let into the country. So
in this day and age, like the amount of information that we are bombarded with, and
Can you give us some respect, please? Come on, Kuda.
All right, let's go ahead and get back into it. And
wow.
Don't get me started.
No matter what you open, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, it's somewhere in your face, and it's really hard to fact check what's going on because you don't know like who to believe anymore. You would expect certain sources. Yeah, you'd expect these sources to be unbiased and reporting facts. And you don't know like who to believe anymore.
yeah, it is definitely hard, especially media versus television. You can see the different amounts of information that you can get saying, this person did this, but on television it says the complete opposite. And that actually leads to a lot of undecided voters, unfortunately. Because
remind me of my version of my
I got the election on at house and on my phone.
I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear anyone.
I got somebody live on my phone talking about it. I got it live and television over there. So let me go see what they're talking about in here. Let's go in here.
Yeah. We're having a lively discussion. That was like bumped out for E5.
Just said something and then you walk back. What are we doing over here?
Keep it civil. This is such a bad idea.
He's got earmuffs on.
We trying to figure out
Where are you?
You there?
Alright, I'm right here. Can you see me? Hear me?
Yeah, he's got earmuffs on. Such a bad idea.
Alright, so helpers and testers. Look, I'm a helper and tester.
I'm not.
Did you come in and help and test?
No.
You didn't vote? Damn.
Okay.
Should I be one of them people and be like, shame on you? Nah, I can't do that. I ain't vote either. Fuck it.
Alright.
And it really what it took, strangely enough, was a couple of the big time Republican daughters and stuff like that, and suddenly they had to wake up to reality. Yeah. They changed their mind because somebody in their family God,
Yes, fired. Breaking.
shit. Chill.
Felt so bad. He went to rehab today, and he goes, "Don't leave
But it
me.
is,
I don't want to be here."
yeah,
I feel
interesting.
so bad for
hold
him,
on.
and
Hold on.
I feel
I
guilty. He's
have
in
a
there.
lot of trouble with knee-jerk reaction. There's similar to
And I
what you
know
were
he
just
needs to
saying,
be in
though.
there,
There's
but
almost no thought at all. It's simply
so
gut,
depressing to
and
see
it's
him
what their
upset.
parents
And
told them, or
you
what their
don't know
church
how much
told
I
them.
miss you. I miss you. I'm like, I know
wanted
you
to go
do.
through their
You don't know how much, though. I'm like,
Exactly. No one's ever. This is what I tell people. If someone starts to argue, that means they won't agree. So don't fight it. Just let them be. There's no point because they're good people. Oh, no. Do you want to go? If we go really,
Maybe the
if we go
earmuffs
far
work.
away,
So much money. They were paying people to DJ, right?
Tom, do you want to open another world, or should I open up another world?
It was a lot of money spent. If we add up all the money spent,
100%, but it did muffle him a bit.
something else.
I
But these things kind of lost, I feel.
It did make it go down.
I'm sorry, Miss Young. I
Oh, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
No, I
go
was
ahead.
just saying on the news, I heard in my state there were literally 200,000 doors being knocked on at once every single day in my state. As far as trying to,
It was every minute.
Yeah, every minute people just trying. Like literally, I've probably counted about 10 people at my door over the last month. So it's.
I also feel like this is some kind of census too, as well. You know, like I feel like we do have the census that we do every year, but I feel like this is a census of Americans who get involved, who are active Americans. That's what I believe this census is about active Americans.
On the candidate's personality.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it. I apologize. But there's so many other candidates between just, Republican, and it bugged the mess out of me that a lot of us are torn between these two different parties. But why in the heck are we just forced between two freaking parties? There are all these parties. Money. Why is it money that? And people not considering it.
To coalesce people together, get money enough to have ads on the air, be on the stage when you're doing the to do the things they need to do to run a country. I'm so sorry, but it's the truth. Like, we want somebody who is smart enough to coalesce the country.
That part, yeah, being smart. The fact that he's so brilliant, you know what I mean? And I'm just, I look at this and it bugs the mess out of me because I'm just like, I don't know. I'm in media and stuff, so I'm trying to be careful about what I say, but I'm just, we got all these people running for president.
Not to say these.
Why?
They need to be. We need to find a way to get those people in once the president is elected, to get them into office, get them into doing something in the country that they say that works well with the country. That's what you do. And I think that's what's going to happen. You're going to see a lot of people that you wouldn't have seen normally in positions on her cabinet, on his cabinet, that you probably haven't seen before. Donald Trump was good for that too, Steph.
Yeah.
Click your trigger one more time for me. Click it.
There you go. Well, thank you so much for that question. Is there anyone else that has a question before we go to Fox News?
Hey, I'm gonna go see one of my other friends.
You ain't got no question, bro.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. Jacob, mute your mic.
I got a question over here.
Over there, Sparky.
Okay, we got.
Let's go. Let's go.
Question. All right,
I got that actually.
Grab it. There you go. Turn it to green. Click it once and it turns green. There you go.
Oh yeah, I noticed that like all the states that don't require voter ID are going hard Democrat. Do you think that's legitimate, or like what's the deal there? Like illegals that were imported, you know?
Mute your mic, Jacob. Mute your mic. Mute your mic, or you're gonna have to leave. Okay.
Like what states?
That was it.
What states weren't requiring voter IDs?
What state?
I'm not sure about that.
Let's see.
We have to show our ID in New York.
California, Nevada,
Yeah.
OR, NM, MN, Illinois, PA, New York, MEVT, pretty much all the Democrat ones.
No.
I wasn't even aware of that. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question because I wasn't aware. I thought your ID is required to vote. You still have to show your address and your signature. Like they still have like a computer of how to vote. I'm in New York and register. You have to give your name. You have to be registered. You have to go to your polling place. It's not just like I can't just go into any polling place and say I'm gonna vote. Like they have to have my name on file and my signature has to match.
Not yet.
It's a little sus. I mean, I guess so. I mean, they did import a bunch of voters, essentially, so we'll see about that, I suppose.
Well, can I just
Some Canadians did it as well.
mute your mic? Can I say real quick is that
Turn your mic on.
I would say that we have imported a lot of people here to this country to be voters, and so I don't think that it's going to happen in this election. I don't think that those new people who came here, that they imported to New York or imported to Chicago or any one of the other places are voting. I think their families, I think their kids will eventually vote, but I don't think that they're doing now in this election. I mean, this country is amazing. We do amazing things like a voting system that everybody else uses around the world. I think that we're doing better and better when it comes down to our electors and our electorate and how we do the elections. So I don't think that's happening.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being a part of the Undecided. I am, well, not, you know what I mean, the team. I am super excited. Yes, thank you all so much, and I do believe it is that time, ladies and gentlemen. It is Fox News time, and I'm itching. I'm itching to see what they say. So stick around and watch Fox News with us. Let's go.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That was great, Queen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, give it up for the Undecided panel with Miss Queen Lili. All right, we do have some updates for you guys. All right, so pay attention. Here we go. Some of the states that have now been forecasted as declared. All right, going to Trump is Wyoming. All right, North Dakota also going to Trump. South Dakota is going to Trump. Nebraska is going to Trump. Arkansas is going to Trump. Illinois is going to Harris. Louisiana is going to Trump. New Jersey is going to Harris. Maryland, I think that we announced that one already, is Harris, and Delaware is Harris. Now let's check on our swing states. Florida, 93% of reporting is already in. 56% have voted for Trump. Georgia, 65% of the reporting is in. 52% are voting for Trump. So very close race in Georgia. All right, another close race is in Michigan. All right, 52% for Harris. North Carolina, 51.9% for Trump. Pennsylvania, 63.2% for Harris. All right, and Arizona, did I say Arizona? We're going to get those ones a little bit later, and Nevada and Wisconsin, because they are on the West Coast. So those ones should be coming in soon. I think those polls are closing pretty much now. It's 6 o'clock on the West Coast. I think some of the polls are closing at 7. So we'll come back with some reporting on the West Coast states. But the East Coast ones are starting to file in. So I think we have a.
Hey, Sean, can we update the other map over here too?
Absolutely.
The map on the other side, again, just to remind everybody, the map on the other side is the actual numbers coming in, and then the map on this side is our predicted map. So we haven't updated this, but we will update this right away.
Yes. Well, thank you for America's Decides 2024. We are going to be streaming Fox News right now, but at our next panel at 9:30 is War on Women with Kristin.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. All ladies panel. It's going to be a really hot one. I'm going to really excited about that one. And again, Fox News. Fox News is, that's my channel. I just love Fox News.
Yeah, that's your channel. Here we go.
But
yeah, all day.
Listen, man, I can't help it. And MSNBC, they do a good thing too. I think CNN is a little. But you have a lot of other news stations that are talking about this and doing election night.
us here right
That's
now.
what I love, yeah, that's what I love about this night. We're going to see every representation on the screen between panels. So, America Decides 2024 is an exciting. Oh, there we go. We're streaming live right now.
We go.
Class, I felt like a prince.
Okay, we got some winners happening, doing some winners or losing, one of the two.
I wanted to be here tonight.
What'd you say?
In this hotel.
I could have swore they said it.
I wanted to pay
Andy
tribute to
King.
my
Yeah, I think this is Fox News though. Okay.
to the
But this is
state. For giving me
local.
life
Yeah,
and a
that's
chance to
local.
dream. For giving me the tools through public education and a kind community.
Hey, I voted for him.
You voted for Kim? Yeah, this is local. It should be our Fox
Yeah, I voted for him.
How's it going, King? Fox News.
What's up, Island? What's good, brother?
That's not much.
To give perspective.
Is that the avatar that you made?
For my parents, this hotel was an important
No.
step in achieving the American dream.
It's like one of the default ones.
Back to the state.
Avatar definitely crazy.
My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America.
I'm a first-time voter and everything.
I revere this country.
Congratulations. I heard that, HR. Congratulations. First time voter.
I said, what's up, kid?
Hey.
I was muted.
Oh, hey, how are you?
HR
I'm
bingo.
good. How are you?
I'm
Cute. Yeah.
Okay, see, a lot of the senates are blue at least.
Yeah.
See?
Right.
A lot of the senates are blue.
Okay. Giller.
Did y'all,
White House.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
Oh, you
Rhode
cute, girl.
Island. White House. Okay.
Oh, no.
Dang, we gotta do this every 4 years.
Hey,
I don't
Alan.
even know.
They changing on us, and I'm behind you.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good, how are you?
Good. Hold on, let me see. Let me add you. Boom.
Oh, yeah, duh. I need to add her,
Would you be
too.
able to help this young lady? She's having problems.
Yep. Yes, we are.
Let me see.
Let me go add
Do you have your untrusted?
Go ahead.
You go.
Yes.
Where'd she just go?
Tapping it in. Thank you so much.
It's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether it helps out Team
All right,
Lili
Casey.
so far.
So
Well, that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Trey Gaddis here. You know, what about that point about third party?
I'm gonna have to lower the voice.
The Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot, and then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot.
I just went
And he's
ahead
on the
and
ballot
pulled it
in
up on
Michigan
my
and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and is asking you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to?
California's going to be at least 54 for blue.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be
The whole West
Yeah,
Coast.
Cali is
I think,
Yeah,
so
Cali is
54
a
for
blue state.
California.
What up, Island? What
Oregon,
up,
8. Good. How's it going?
What up? What up?
Doing what I did in high school, which is
Both of
finding the two
Washington.
smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their.
You're in Washington right now?
Rhode Island, go.
We are just actually announcing every state that declares. We're putting it on our map right there, so you'll see it live, happening all night long.
We can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would...
Streaming team, if you hear me, you can go to commercial
all
now.
night, depending on if a state is not declaring yet, and if it's a big state that will declare the winner. So
Yeah, all the like the mid.
we could be here all night long.
It's gonna be red.
Red.
Yeah.
East
Oh,
Coast and the
Midwest.
West Coast is gonna be blue.
Mhm.
The Midwest ain't going to be red. Not the Great Blue Wall. Illinois is going
Enjoy. Thank you for coming to America Decides 2024. Our next panel will be at 9:30. Stick around. War on Women with Kristin.
It's going to be blue.
Looking forward to that panel.
That's the Midwest.
Kristin, sorry, Christian.
Damn, Cruz won the Senate for
Yes,
Texas
Wisconsin.
again.
Michigan. Yes, we're all
So
Midwest.
disgusting.
but it's all the rest of them what actually went.
This is better. These odds posed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel are from Betfair Markets predicted Polymarket Kalshi and Flores. It's amazing. It's an average.
I am looking at some of the, just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the electoral.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our big map over there on the right side, the real-time map, is now up to date. All right, we're gonna now play around a little bit with the projected map. MF Sun, if you would like to, you're more than welcome to. We're gonna play around with this projected map next to the desk. But the real time is real time. That's what's going on.
They elected a red governor and a blue presidential. Go ahead, Vermont. Barry Sanders?
All right, then. Hold it down, Bernie.
Give us all your money. Oh, Barry Sanders got us up there again. I didn't even know he was running.
So you just chilling on
It is
here?
what you. It is Bernie.
Don't call you void?
Barry Sanders. I didn't even know Barry Sanders was running. He used to run all the time.
Did you have it that day?
I said on purpose. He used to run all the time. That's why I didn't know he was running. I knew Bernie was running. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something.
TJ.
Conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally.
Hey, so Sherman, if you can help me out, or Jen, if you can help me out, what ones are we looking at that here we go.
Excuse me. Virginia went all blue.
She performed so well.
I mean, okay, got it.
I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen
But
with
look
her
at
throughout the last several years. You would have thought that she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
who the fuck is Kamala Harris?
after the one with Brett,
She booted the question about when she
Bro,
was
did you read the rules, bro? Hold on,
I have a slightly different opinion. I thought she did. She gave
Did you read the rules, bro? You know what I'm saying? We respect everybody here. Ain't nobody talking junk about nobody. Where you gotta go.
She gave a pre-debate.
Okay, so we didn't do any of the.
She did it.
Haven't done any swing states yet, though. Okay, I'm just looking at anything that. Okay, that is different. So what's over there that's different? It's
Those three states have not gone all together other than 19 Wisconsin and HW and the other two.
okay, Georgia red.
What's up, bro?
I rebuke that. I rebuke.
Sorry.
No, not by Georgia.
John, if the Democrats win the House, how does that play into look?
It's in the 268. Okay.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. Leaning blue. Pennsylvania's leaning blue. Keep on leaning. Come on, PA. Come on, PA. We gotta lean. Everybody in PA, lean.
Into the analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there, Martha. I know
Pennsylvania.
about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our
good.
Fox News voter analysis. And some really interesting things I'll put up here for you. As far as
about the suburban
this is what we're seeing.
So Pennsylvania
Okay.
Suburban voters still doesn't get them there. Okay, what else? What'd you say?
What's going on?
What's up?
Okay.
Y'all watching the election thing?
It's a gender review party. Gender review party.
Michigan's blue. Okay, what else we looking at?
Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden.
He's already winning.
Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania might be
Red. Okay.
Another story.
He got it. 278.
This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, there's those voters on the ground there.
Okay, but he already got to 278.
Leading by
That little thong gonna break eventually.
over Donald
So what are we doing?
2020. So not a lot of movement.
Okay, Illinois. Okay, I got Illinois. Okay, Illinois. All right, my bad.
In Georgia, I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that
Yeah. Okay, he's not there.
is leading by
That's what I was looking at.
in Pennsylvania that he was in 2020. Back
It's the big numbers. Yeah. Call to make.
Ohio just called. Just called.
What?
He just called.
54.2% to 45%.
Oh yeah, I know. I was talking loud.
Early polling, he was ahead.
I knew I was talking.
A new state has been declared.
Ohio.
A little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing.
So Ohio went red.
In what used to be
Yeah.
a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote can, but if you look at
That's 54% that votes are in. So 54%.
So I'm gonna predict that Arizona is gonna go blue.
Well, what we know right now from the projected map, if everything is going the way that it is leaning right now, and actually, let's turn Nebraska all the way red. Because I'm not sure if any counties right now have voted blue in Nebraska. So let's go ahead and turn Nebraska all the way red. But what we're learning right now, which is what? 261. So what we're learning right now is Nevada is not enough to carry either candidate to the finish line. Arizona may be the deciding factor because Nevada only has 6 votes.
I think
so. Even if Trump wins Nevada, it's 266 or 267. Kansas is looking a little blue right now, but it's early. So
we're gonna say Nevada.
Pennsylvania, in as much as
Nevada is blue though, right?
200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American
New Mexico leaning red. See what that looks like. 266.
Okay, I think it turned people down. My ears are bleeding.
Iowa.
So it's the amplified. How's it going, Tony? Amplified people are super loud.
Questions, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now.
Iowa blue.
I'm scraping Joe.
Oh my God.
Relationship with the unions.
And what else there?
If she does end up, and we just
Missouri.
continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here.
That was backwards.
He's shaking his head and saying, I could have.
Missouri.
What's going on? Is
Earlier they're
using
using for the map. It's early, you know what I'm saying? And it is still a crapshoot.
Sorry.
They haven't done California.
She said Missouri, and also she made it at Missouri.
This is so early.
Missouri will do it to her.
Blue. New Mexico is leaning blue, 51%.
And so finally,
Okay, New
I'm looking at
Mexico.
ABC News. Yep.
would be the Trump war room. That would be the crowd.
But it's not really
Mexico.
real representation because some of the states are 3, some of them have
That 280.
Yeah.
Out Arizona.
You know what I'm saying? Type that. Cali got 54. So Cali,
Delaware is blue. Yep.
Delaware is blue.
How is it streaming?
We had that one on there. Delaware's always.
Rhode Island is blue.
They're changing that mainly.
South Carolina is red.
The map manually?
Yeah, they're changing that map manually.
for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania.
South Dakota is red. Damn, 70%.
The polls are closed.
Yeesh. Tennessee
Okay, this
is
is-
red.
On the ground, let's see.
And by the way, when it comes to popular vote for the entire country, we're looking at 27.6 million right now for Trump, 24.5 million for Kamala Harris. That's the popular vote.
Vermont is blue. Okay, Virginia is very tight. West Virginia, 70%.
Personal business.
Miami is red.
Yeah, I see this. I see this like this. Man, it's kind of crazy if you look at the map. It's not half of the map. Most of it is red.
I ain't divulging.
First, we were told on one machine that some of the machines.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Super exciting night. Again, thanks everybody for coming out tonight. Especially shouting out to CJ, M5, and Beneficial for recording this all. For all the people to see that are not here in the metaverse. You're watching outside wherever you are. But listen, if you are around, if you're on your way home, once you get home, you chill out. Maybe you want to stop into our chat for a little bit and chill with us. We'd love to hear about your experience today here out voting or
Not
your
over
family
to
and
the
friends.
fat lady sings.
We would love to hear your voices out there here in America and outside the world too, and other parts of the world, right? Because this is VRChat, right? You got people from all around the world here talking to one another and giving their predictions. Speaking of predictions,
Don't worry about how
we gotta talk about the betting that's been going on. People are putting money on this joint, big money.
Yeah, isn't that illegal?
Well, apparently not, because a lot of these online betting games are putting money on this particular race.
Oh, this is I see. This was the guess before. You know, so that was what it was gonna look like.
Yep, I'm here.
Inati, you on the panel, right? There's a woman panel.
Thank you, everybody, for America Decides 2024. Our panel is coming up shortly. War on Women by Kristin at 9:30. So stay tuned. Kristin! Golly, Kristin!
Our president.
And I'll just raise the individual voices.
We give it all
Yes.
up to you.
There we go.
What you say? What you say?
They got anybody avatar wrong?
Yes.
What? What you saying? What you yesing? What you saying?
The prayer.
Good, I can hear you.
Yes, God.
Prayer? Oh,
Amen.
Okay, amen. Yeah.
You see the man praying? That's right.
No, I ain't see nobody praying.
Fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home.
The man was praying. He said, God, we trust in you. That's right.
Okay. No, I didn't hear it.
Today, with no contracts or cancellation fees. So you're ready for that day. There's no
New Jersey seems to be.
You know what I'm saying? I get with you.
First timers, they don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay.
They ain't got no West Carolina for New Jersey.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I was paying for 2 Netflix accounts over like 3 years.
How'd you figure that out?
I saw an app.
Okay, New Jersey got 14 electric. Okay.
What is the app called?
Rocket Money.
That's big.
I'm in Jersey.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo.
I'm in Jersey. I voted. I voted for blue.
But it's private and doesn't
Y'all stood up over there. Now we just waiting on Michigan to come.
Jersey's always a blue state.
Yeah, we waiting on Michigan.
Golden Ray's in the house. Hey, Golden, we would love to hear your experience about election and how you feel about everything. Could you give us a couple of words, please? What you do is you just grab the mic and then just
today.
Everyone's forgotten who runs us fast.
He from Horizon City.
That just runs on top of
song.
Okay, Trigger. Okay, cool. What I feel about the election is, okay, never mind my clothes because I was getting ready to go to sleep. And this is the avatar I dream about when I go to sleep. You know, it's way more attractive than me. So I'm glad I can have a chance to have an avatar that's way more attractive than how I am. But as far as the election goes, excuse me?
Go ahead. Please, go ahead.
Replace Cruz.
Okay. Well, as far as the election goes, I just hope everybody gets their own personal outcome. I don't like to talk about politics, but whatever your outcome is, I hope you get whatever outcome you wanted out of this election. I appreciate you for asking me this question, my son. Love and respect.
Well, anytime, Golden. Thank you so much. We look forward to all the great things that you do here in the metaverse. And of course, thank you so much for answering for us.
Hey, thank you also, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
balance of
No doubt, no doubt.
37 to 37. Again, West Virginia has already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at
We don't see a Cruz headquarters.
Like that?
Hey, God, I've got some questions.
As a possible flip.
What's up?
Okay, all right.
U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is
Have they
at the Cruz
called?
campaign
Are they
headquarters in
calling
Houston.
states
Check in with
for
Brooke.
them
Good
yet?
evening.
Yes, they're calling states. Yes, that's actually the live states right now on that one.
Okay,
States
thank
that they
you.
call.
On both screens right
This
now.
is
The
wild.
screen, the crowd right now going wild because we just threw up
Stand
the
up.
race. And we have
Yes,
Cruz again
bang.
with that strong lead.
Like, let's go play some games,
everyone here
everybody.
is
Hey, Q,
very excited.
do you know why the map over here is different from the one over there? Like, there's a lot more
Yes,
going
this
on over there.
map has been the same the whole night. This was projected before. This
Oh,
was a projected
okay.
guess of how we
No,
going to end
what are you
up.
about to do?
That's the
Got
live.
it. Okay.
So that's the live version.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Tony.
I didn't order nothing.
What's up, bro?
No,
Down here.
I went grocery shopping yesterday. Remember I told you I had some fish?
Yeah.
Key, what's going on, Key?
Wow, Ted Cruz wins re-election. Man, believe it. Another
He's so shitty.
Republican in office in Texas. I mean, it was a tough one.
The ultimate blowhard of Congress.
Really, he really is. I mean, but I don't think that. I think it was a good chance, a good try for the Democrats to try to take Texas, but it's always been a red state.
I looked around to see. I thought she called another state.
I guess that dance party with Beyonce didn't pay off at the end.
It did not pay off.
Dance party with Beyonce. Hey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next panel coming up in the next 2 minutes. War on Women. So stay tuned.
There you go. It's dope. It's a dope event though. Go, you know, so they
Yeah.
take that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I ain't even mad at it. I ain't gonna lie to
With all the panels, this is the third panel, so they didn't got people up there talking. I might have to watch. Like, don't tell nobody when they be talking. I'll be watching like NFL highlights.
I'm seeing them on
Hey,
Facebook.
hey, guess who ain't mad at you? Guess who ain't mad at you?
Yo, what up, Facebook?
Don't tell them I said.
I ain't gonna tell nobody nothing, man. Ain't none of my business.
Gotta get your get those priorities straight. There we go.
Right. I'll be listening a little bit.
Party.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna go sit up right up front on the front row, like I'm really. Never mind.
What up?
Bathroom break.
Bathroom, man. What you got? Take a Duke Nuke? You in Mexico?
Explore now.
North Carolina, go ahead and stand up. Take your shirt off.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kristin.
Double click the mic, Christian. Double click the mic.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kristin. Welcome to America Decides. Our panel tonight is War on Women. We have some amazing people on the panel. Let's welcome them in. We have Kia. Come on out, Kia. We have Inati. Come on out, Inati. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. We have Jen. And we have Unique. Did I mess up?
It's Queen Lili, but it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, sorry, Queen.
It's
I have Queen.
Am I sitting on you? Oh, sheesh.
Today, we're discussing a topic that's been at the forefront of social and political discourse for decades. The ongoing war on women. This phrase that encapsulates a complex array of issues from reproductive rights and gender equality to systemic discrimination and violence against women. Tonight, we dive into the various facets of this war. We examine its historical roots and its contemporary manifestations and its far-reaching consequences. We hear from all of our experts here and let them shed light on the challenges women face and explore potential solutions to these pressing issues. Tonight, we want to foster informed discussion. We want to promote empathy and inspire action so we're not in the same conversation 4 years from now. When we understand the complexities of these issues, we can work together to create a more just and equitable society for everybody. So with that, why don't we start with an easy question? What do you ladies think are some of the more pressing issues that women are facing today?
Reproductive health issues, funding for programs for the underserved population, and my concern is with if Project 2025 comes into play, how that's going to affect the mortality of women going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree.
Yeah, I do too. You know, I agree, definitely. I think that to me, it's honestly pressing for me a lot because I have 13 siblings in total, like 5 sisters, and I worry about them. I think about them because they are our future, and I know that this is ultimately going to affect them more than it's going to even affect me in the future. And it just, just makes me sad, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with what you're all saying. We really are facing this threat on our reproductive rights. And there's so much implications to that. Another question I have is, how does access to reproductive health care impact women's economic and social opportunities?
To me, it's very devastating. They're closing down certain centers that women need for, reproduction, and even when they're pregnant, some of those services that we need to have a healthy birth and stuff. My concerns is I know I had my own miscarriage several times due to my diabetes. It's hard for me at that time to get pregnant. And so I had to go to the doctors to get a scraping because, that's what happens when you have a miscarriage sometimes. And that is illegal. That would be illegal. So that means I could eventually die on the table because of a sepsis, I think. I'm not a nurse or anything, but we can't get that medical care. And they keep on closing down centers that perform, certain things, but there's other things that these centers are providing for women. And I have a problem with that. Women are now starting to die. And I'm not with that.
Agreed. And you mentioned after having a miscarriage that you had to get a DNC, but the DNCs are also given for other issues, and if they're out loud, then those health problems go rampant. Heavy bleeding, you get a DNC for that. But if they can't distinguish if it's for reproductive issues versus health issues, then that woman can bleed out. Basically. Yes. So I just think that our health and our life is at stake here. Our life is on the ballot. I am past that point, but I'm thinking about the women that are coming up behind and what they have to face. They don't have the fact that they will not have a choice, possibly will not have a choice, is very disturbing, because how can, the government tells women, what they're trying to dictate what women can do. But how are they telling men? Are they telling men? Are they dictating what men you can't get a vasectomy, or
you can't get a vasectomy? Exactly.
No, but they're not doing that for men. But they're going to tell us.
That's how I feel. It's like it's not even fair. It's not equal. Why are you guys targeting us?
Because it's a man. It's a man dominated thing,
Yeah.
And it's just like I'm just concerned.
And we see that abortion laws don't work. We see, and the majority of women that need like cheaper access or better access are minority women. So it's going to affect minority women forced to have babies in situations that they may not be comfortable with. And those that can afford abortions are still going to afford them. They're just going to go to different countries or different states. But
and abortion bans are not going to eliminate abortions. If people are going to go and do unsafe things so that's even
back to the back alleys.
Exactly. So it's going back.
Fun fact, I did some research and it actually said that we just started being able to have abortions in 1973. That's not even 2 decades ago at this point. And now it's like they're snatching it right back. Like, what is it going to take, I feel like, for them to give us our own freedom of our own body, of our lives, our reproductive system that has nothing to do with them? They don't even know what our reproductive system looks like, a definition for one word, but they want to have say so on how we have them and when, and in some states they don't even care if you're a victim. You still cannot go have an abortion, which is wild to me. That's so wild, because if you're a victim, that the word is victim, and being a victim, you should be able to receive help and a proper help and a hand. But no, they don't care. It's like that's very extensive to me as well.
Yeah, it reminds me of molestation, of a product of being molested myself from my father. I could just imagine if I was pregnant. I wouldn't be able to, so I'm really sensitive about this whole situation. It's not good.
Same.
There is currently, I don't know if you all have seen it or if any of you have seen it, there's a series out on Hulu called The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh my God, yes. I've watched it. I had to stop watching it.
It reminds me of that, that this could turn out to be something like that. How they control women, and, you're going to be pregnant, or you're going to, put them in a house with, it's just... It's scary.
It's those same people that are saying you must have this baby, but we're not going to support it in any way.
We're not going to support it in any way.
Don't you dare apply for food stamps or government assistance. You have this baby and you figure it out.
Yeah. If your baby's, if you're tested and there is something that could, wrong with the baby or whatever, and you're forced to have it, and then you're forced to deal with all those medical costs that come along with whatever that ailment is, because you can't determine, for yourself, because the government is determining it for you, that we're gonna own your womb, basically.
Yes. And I know a lot of people say get on birth control. Birth control is not safe. Birth control does not affect every woman the same. And exactly. And in some states, it's actually going to be illegal soon. So
they're finding all these cancers associated.
We have no avenues, literally. Exactly. There's so many things.
Yeah, I know a handful of girls who don't actually use, which is kind of funny because it's in the name, but I know a handful of girls who don't actually use birth control as birth control. They actually have to have it because their menstrual cycle is so heavy and so bad. That's what it's originally made for. It's to damper, not really damper, but to lighten your cycle to be able to function properly. And even the doctors, when you get it, they even state that it's not a permanent thing. It's not ever going to protect you from having a kid.
Yes, exactly.
So
it's not 100%.
Project 47 from Trump says that they're going to monitor women's menstrual system. Okay, so that means if you miss a period, they're coming knocking at the door and could arrest you. So this is some BS.
I want them to monitor a man's bedroom activity then. That's what I want them to do. You gonna monitor my period, I want you to monitor, what is he doing? Every time he ejaculates, count that.
Do you think like the situation that we're in right now with abortion and all of these other reproductive issues have a lot to do with the religious beliefs of the people making
I was
these
just
attitudes?
about to say that. A lot of people believe, a lot of people believe, especially in multiple different types of religion, that they believe that harming a child, whether it is in the womb or becoming a child, it is sinful. It is technically a sin. And it even states that those who harm the unborn child will, not go to heaven or wherever their,
why are they
religious beliefs are.
Heaven?
Isn't there a separation of state? It's that same law that says if you're having sex outside of marriage, you go to hell as well. So,
and these same people we're all in charge of the death penalty. So,
But isn't it true that the government is separation of religion and state? Come on,
it's supposed to
be. Why are we bringing religion into this situation?
It's behind the closed doors. They're not really saying it on the surface.
But that's a good question. Well, a lot of is brought into. Go ahead.
A lot of people. No, you're okay. A lot of people, which I've had discussions with a couple people about this, that some people believe that it should be brought into it because even when you say the Pledge of Allegiance, it has religion in it, and that's why a lot of people want to get rid of certain things that are in the Pledge of Allegiance because of that certain circumstance. And it's like a red line. It's a very thin red line that we can't really determine, unfortunately.
I feel like another thing with them trying to control the abortions is the fact that, okay, say the person who cannot afford the child, they try to get an abortion within the time zone, and they cannot because of, whatever reason. Okay, they go on to have the child, they can't take care of the child. What happens when they can't take care of the child? The child gets taken away, goes into a foster home, and a lot of kids in foster homes get neglected and hurt anyway. So it's like you're setting them up for failure after that.
We have this cycle of it just starts over and over again, and it becomes really hard to get out of that cycle, and people don't understand that. Like, they just think that educating and they have all the opportunities. I've had conversations with people who really truly believe that everybody in this society is afforded the same exact things. And I was like, you have to be kidding me.
Wow.
Where I live,
very sheltered.
We're so sheltered because even where I live, we're so segregated. And you would think that that's not true in New York, but it is 100% true. And in the lower income areas, the schools are worse, the teachers don't care, the education isn't as good. And you're going to tell me those kids have the same opportunities as the kids that are living out in the Hamptons you know, where the teachers are showing up every single day, are talking, the parents are involved. It's, you know.
Well, I'm a teacher, so what you just spoke on, I feel like I can agree to half of it. I feel like I don't think that the teachers in the minority areas don't care. I think that they're not getting the proper care and they're being neglected as well, which definitely will change what you can do for your children. And I also think that the parents maybe in those areas don't care, and it results in bad feedback and bad communication and just a bad outlook in general. But I don't think just the teachers don't care. I think that they've been neglected. They've been there working there for years, no raise, no money. They're spending out of pocket money for these kids. So yeah, that's what I think about that.
I think even recently on another platform in here, we were discussing about how some parents and teachers isn't there, I think there's like, since we're voting, right? That there are cases where you can vote for specific like board members and stuff like that. And some parents don't either care to go to vote, to get their name there, don't know the right ways to do it, all that type of stuff, which could lead into a cycle of, okay, well, this person was in this board, they're not good, but I don't know when to vote, how to vote, whatever, I'm just going to skip it, doesn't really matter. And then that person is still there and that nothing changes.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's important to vote. Let's just say it's important to vote, y'all. Okay. Just
your vote is your vote.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
How do we make sure that we empower girls and young women with education and mentorship? How do we make sure that that happens so we're not continuing these cycles?
I think panels like this, first of all, help. Platforms like this, women like you, just speaking out about it, not remaining quiet, posting, reposting posts that are about women empowerment, speaking to your teenage daughters or your teenage nieces and making sure they're aware, or just sitting down with them, watching the election with them so they can see how things are changing. And I know they're probably going to fight you on it, but you got to do what you got to do.
Reach one, teach one. I think if we happen to lose this situation, you will see a big rise up of females, big time, and that's where we're going to take care of ourselves. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be pushed to the wall, and then we're going to have some leaders come out and really, really step up. And I hope that America just listens and take care of your daughters. I feel bad for my daughter. I really do. She's 22 years old, and I'm like, God, she can't even live her life. It's sad. Really, it's a sad state right now.
And I personally, how do I explain this? It's not just women's right of reproductive systems and stuff. It literally, it's our right. It's our right in general. The fight for women's suffrage began in the 19th century, and since then we have been fighting to have our voices heard and to prove that we are all equal. We all bleed red. We all do what we need to do to survive. And in order for us to be able to grow as a community and a nation, we all have to understand that we all are equal. And it's hard especially for me, in my real outside of meta life, I am an IT specialist. You do not hear women become being an IT. It is very rare. My previous company, I was the only woman in IT, and you would be surprised how many people have called in and said, "Oh, can I speak to someone who's in IT?" Yes, that would be me. Oh, I didn't know women were in IT. I didn't know you could be IT. Yes, watch me fix your issue. And you'd be surprised that out of all of the stuff that has happened in that company, I was ranked #1 out of every single man in there. We can have our voices heard, and we can go above and beyond anything. And to step back and to have things happen again before the suffrage and all that stuff, it's disheartening, especially when we worked so hard to get where we're at now, you know? And the only way we can do it is to just, teach, get our voices heard. Some people will, there are women out there that do believe that it's correct and we should do it like this, and there are women out there that aren't. Overall, I think we all just need to come together and find a middle ground and work together to make it better for us.
I'm glad to know a fellow IT specialist. I'm a data engineer. I built that.
Girl, let's go.
Man, look at all these powerful women we have on this panel. Did you know that even in women-dominated careers, things like teachers, social workers, nurses, you still, as a woman, are going to make 82 cents to the dollar on a man? We're still underpaid in women-dominated careers.
It's a huge a wage gap still, even right now.
I attended a webinar, and it was basically saying how they did studies on NPTs, non-promotional tasks, and they put men and women in the room and asked for someone to volunteer to take notes. No man, shocker, did not. No men volunteered. The woman volunteered. There were other tasks that were considered women tasks. Men did not volunteer. The woman did it, and the woman did it because they knew it had to get done. I think we take on these jobs and everything and we accept the lower pay than the man or whatever. We know that the things have to get done. We have to take care of our families and everything. But I don't see the men that are in charge now seeing us as equal.
I agree.
And I think it's going to be a constant fight to be on that level. And I believe that they are intimidated by us, that they'll lose control of something if they let us, if they start looking at us as equals.
As equals, yes.
We'll take their jobs. Exactly.
Like Kamala, exactly. They're scared. I think they're scared for her to become president. I think a lot of people are scared of her to become president. They're not. I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry. I don't think a lot of people are ready for a woman, specifically a Black woman, to be president right now. I think they're worried about her doing a good job, actually better job than the rest.
But even if she does a good job, even when she does a good job, I'm going to speak that in existence, she's still going to have to fight extra hard to get the approval of the man.
Of the men, yes. Of Congress, of everyone. She's going to have to still go through things.
I can't wait for the day that we don't have to talk like this, man. I can't wait.
Oh, my goodness. Will that day come? Will that day come?
Will that day come? That's a good question. And will that day ever come that we're not having these same tired conversations about whether we are equal, whether we deserve the same pay, whether our children, how can our children break into tech programs and STEM programs, and how do we make sure we're all getting the same access as everybody else? Will that day ever come?
You know what I hate
we have
about
a man that's
talk about these things? Go ahead.
We have a man that's running who's convicted, who's pulling pussies and all this. This is, we should be ashamed of ourselves. This person who's running. I mean, come on, man. He said he did. Let's put down facts, man. Look at this man. I mean, convicted, assaulting women. He disrespects the vice president. And everybody's voting for this man? This is crazy.
He's a man.
So go back to what I was saying. right? I feel like every time we bring up the conversation of, we need equal rights, I feel like it gets really petty. And it starts turning to, well, you guys can pay 50-50, or you guys can take out the trash, or you guys can do these things, and you can do this and that. I'm like, okay, we're talking about reasonable things. And we already do those things. But we're also talking about things that we literally had to fight for, like to vote, to get better wages, to do the bare minimum things, to get a credit card, to be looked at as as a human, pretty much,
to be taken.
And that's where we're coming from. To be taken. That's where we're coming from. We're talking about a deeper point when we say these things, and I feel like a lot of people look at it as like in an immature way, like, oh, okay, strong as us, or stuff like that. And I'm like, that's not the point. And some of us are as strong as you.
But shout out to the men that supports us. Shout out to the men that supports us.
Definitely, there's plenty of men out there that are supportive of women.
Those that are petty they're not directly affected.
Yes.
So they don't know what we are going through. They don't know how we feel. They don't care.
Right.
So
they'll never understand it.
Exactly.
They might. It'll just have to take them a women's camp.
You know what it takes? It takes someone that they're close to being affected before a charge.
Yes, their mom, sister, wife.
And you look at that with mental health care. I think it was Reagan, who had a severely mentally ill daughter, and he led that charge on equal access to mental health care. He started building institutions for people, to get help in. It's crazy that we're in a situation. We have to wrap up this panel. And
we can go. That went fast, didn't it?
I didn't even realize that time went by.
We could take questions from the audience. If anybody has any questions or comments that they want to offer. Yeah. MF Sun.
MF Sun. Okay.
Go up to MF Sun over there with the microphone.
Might be scared.
We won't bite. We won't bite.
Some more than others. Yeah, some more than others.
They might bite.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll ask a question.
Of course.
Nobody's So, as women, how do you think we can coexist as the powers of has flipped, per se?
I think personally, you taking us as seriously as you take yourselves. We are just as good workers as you. We are, just as regular people as you. We deserve every single right that men deserve. It's not fair that we constantly have to have this discussion. Minority women even more so than white women, and that's just freaking sad that in 2024 we're having this conversation. This is crazy to me. It's almost unbelievable.
Listen, I as a man, I totally agree. I think this is a non-issue. I think that this is something that has been produced to let us believe that we can't do this, and this person can't do this. I think that it's obvious that certain people can't do certain things, and other people can do other things.
Yes.
We are supposed to compensate on each other. I'm a married man. I have a daughter, and I want my daughter to be able to find a mate who can complement her on the things that she's weak on, and vice versa. So I think that once we start to do that, we'll definitely get there.
Definitely, we can advocate for ourselves, but we need
accountability.
We need friends accountability. We need another president in the damn office. That's what we need. Someone respect.
Exactly.
And who can understand what
to advocate for us. We need the men who more men to advocate for us. You know,
It's wild though, because as a woman, when you start advocating for yourself, and I know I'm going to go over time here, but you just brought up a really good point. Do you find that you'd be considered the aggressive one or the bitchy one? Or,
Yes, of course. Of course.
Absolutely.
Capital B on that.
Business. It's like, ooh, she's aggressive, or that was aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, no, but if you're in the boardroom and why aren't you considered the same way in the boardroom?
Right. You're an assertive man, but an aggressive
Am I
woman.
supposed to be soft and demure? I mean, really? We're talking business here.
No, 'cause then they won't take you. Then they really won't take you seriously if you're too soft. And as I feel like I'm gonna go even further. As a black woman, you know, we make the wrong move and we're automatically aggressive. So it's really hard.
Yeah. Angry.
When you're gonna call me a
black
bitch,
woman.
you better put a capital B on that, okay? Because I'm coming in there shooting.
That's right.
So I think that's where we end this panel, which makes me sad because I really enjoyed talking.
Oh,
with all of you ladies.
this was awesome. This was awesome.
Yeah, this is
Girl
great.
power.
Thank you. Absolutely. We have CNN coming on next, and then our next panel should be really fun and exciting, or informative and exciting. And that's with Unique Soul. Sorry, for International Affairs. I hope you guys stay tuned, and we shall see you around.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Give it up for the War on Women panel hosted by Kristin.
Let's go.
That was a really good panel, MF son. I really enjoyed that.
Man, whoa, that was
Confident women. I love the use of the word demure. That wasn't, they weren't shy about that word. But
That's right.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and take a look at the map, MF.
And for a great America. Yep, let's look at this map over here.
Absolutely.
So, right now, as you see, we haven't called any newer states. We're kind of in a standstill, so I'll leave that other side the way that is. But looking at the predictability map, we have here something that we put together on some other states that possibly may go the other way. So we're looking here over at Illinois, right? So Illinois was called blue. Montana hasn't been called blue, but let's say it was called blue. We could see that Kamala would be up at 280. Again, none of the West Coast stuff has come in either, but we're looking at most likely the further west we go is the further blue will go. So we just picked these at the edge. California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, all of these think that will go her way. She is from the West Coast. She knows it well, and she did a lot of campaigning during the campaign. Then we're looking at Arizona.
Let's do it. You want to do a quick swing state check? We can do a quick swing state check right now. Let's check in with all the swing states, all right? So Florida, right, is the one that we have the most data for right now. 95% reporting is in. 56% of people voted for Trump. So I think we can declare Florida as Trump. All right, looking at the next highest reported one, we've got Georgia. 80% of reporting is in, and it's 52% Trump. So really close race there. The last 20% of reporting as that comes in is going to really determine who wins over Georgia. All right. And then we got, we've got North Carolina with 66% of the reporting in. 51.9% of people are voting for Trump in North Carolina. All right. Another really big swing state that we have right now is Pennsylvania. 44% of reporting is in, and 49% of people are voting for Kamala Harris. So Pennsylvania right now is swinging towards Harris. All right, Arizona's got 34% of the reporting in. Like MF Sun just said, we're getting more data from the West Coast. It is leaning towards Trump right now, 49%. But But like you said, it is 34% of reporting, so still a lot of time on that one. And then we've got Wisconsin as well on the West Coast. 37% of reporting is in, and it's leaning towards Trump. All right, 49.5% is leaning towards Trump. All right, so that's a little check-in on the swing states. As we know,
Hey, well, look,
swing states play a big role.
Put in Arizona to see what that Arizona would look like if it was red, and it came at 280 for Kamala and 258 for Trump. So you still would.
Well, you know what? Missouri is probably going to go to Trump. Let's check in on Missouri real quick.
Yeah.
All right, Missouri has 31% of reporting, so we're still getting that, but 52% are voting for Trump.
Missouri folks, yeah.
So Missouri is leaning towards.
Okay, we'll turn that over to red.
To be honest, I know New Mexico has been a toss-up, but New Mexico right now, I'm looking at 21% of voting right now in New Mexico, and it's leaning towards Trump. 52% of people are voting for Trump in New Mexico.
Hey.
And Arizona right now is 49.6% for each candidate. So Arizona is literally tied, 49.6 for Donald Trump and 49.6 for Kamala Harris.
I'm St. Louis.
Okay, that leaves us at 265 at 262. No one has get to 270 just yet. So again, we did predict that it was going to be in Arizona earlier, in the earlier hours showing. So it's possible that it might be Arizona.
But
Shout out to my
Arizona is definitely going to play a pivotal role because right now I know it's really early, but Minnesota is also leaning towards Trump, 57%. We only have 2% of voting in, but it is right now leaning towards Trump. So if we take that 10 away, Kamala Harris only has a very slight margin.
Hey, look.
Okay, so I'm at Minnesota. I just, yep, he's at 272 if that Minnesota goes in red.
Okay.
That was a whole different animal right there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, thank you guys. We're here at America Decides 2024. We just finished the War of Women panel. Next up is the International Affairs with host Unique Soul. So thank you for sticking by. International Affairs is coming up next at 10:30. Thank you for being here. America Decides 2024.
There's a lot of Republicans in Raleigh. Republicans running Raleigh.
Yeah,
especially in schools.
Yeah, you are.
But last elections.
They learned a lot of lessons in 2020. Fewer mail-in votes this time around. So they thought to be faster. But human things happen. You see the officials all out there watching this.
and it'll be starting in 1 minute. So,
No.
how do you like it so far, peeps?
Knowing.
Hello, everyone. I'm still on the edge of my seat. It's a lot right now. I knew we would see a whole bunch of red before we saw blue. That's usually how in all elections. But it's definitely I'm still on high right now. They're just still high. So
And that's it. If you're losing,
we're here. We knew we'd be here for a long time. We knew it'd be a long night. So
yes, a long night.
Suburbs around it.
Oh, I was just saying that the numbers.
Even in
My mom
2016,
had-
Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago. You see right now, 25% of Trump is at 30.
We are about to start our next panel, International Affairs, with host Unique Soul. I hope everybody's enjoying this experience. It's going to be a long night, guys, but let's stick it through. Let's go.
High.
And Michigan is Oakland County. This is the Detroit, just north of. Here's the Detroit.
I didn't
right
think
here.
anybody.
You follow M&M.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where we are.
What's good, Jazzy? I know. These numbers that they got
County,
got
she's
me
at
nervous.
54%. With 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look.
see all this red on the board?
Again, underperforming the president of the United States in a county that is absolutely poor. Said she had some to
How's
lose.
it
You
going?
go county by county by county, and she's a little behind. You start to worry about the math, and then you see this though. It's only 12%. If this one stays,
I don't know if y'all remember when
this is Macomb County.
Are we ready, guys?
and they
Are we still trying to
It's
confirm
the auto
Georgia?
industry, it's General Dynamics,
like
it's blue
it's
collar people,
crazy.
it's a lot of
Like
union workers.
they went in there and like
What they
remember they
did.
arrested. Remember when he was getting out of
They
office?
still have like thousands of voters
Yeah, that was when they stormed the Capitol.
for the uncounted
that's
for
what it was.
a couple of
Girl.
counties.
Like, come on.
And he said,
If you are in the White House area, you can start to make your way back over here now. We're about to have International Affairs with Unique Soul.
He was on speaker. Who was that? Oh, that because we already lived that night.
For sure.
Like, who wants to go back to 2020?
People who think that they're going to get a stimulus.
Another stimulus tax. Get that backpack.
I don't
That again.
Those
Our
people-
inflation's already high from the last time.
I know, but I'm saying these are the Nimrods
No, you're black. You're like a black cat.
and the people who are about to die.
Let me tell you what they don't realize
I don't
is
think
that
they're-
he's already can't run again. So he has no incentive to do right by them.
Yeah, you probably don't see my full avatar.
Let me tell you what.
Yeah, there you go. This is his.
Two-term
This is
limit.
his final.
Oh, wow. He's rocking a backpack. Oh, yeah,
This is his final.
So he's gonna be a lame duck.
God bless. With the
And he's only doing it because he got a little spell on it.
We just had.
this is not a place to
We
live
just
stream
had
at for sure.
the president say he
Um,
term.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to. Unique Soul, Big Stone City.
I don't know how old he is, but he looks 1,000.
All right, hey everyone. I'm Unique Soul, and for this panel, we're going to dive into the topic of international affairs. So that means we're just going to discuss and break apart how the election results will impact politics and policies around the world as it pertains to America. So as we all know, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, they each have very different approaches to international issues. And a change in administration can lead to shifts, in our foreign policy. So we're just going to take a moment. We're going to unpack some of these things with our participants on this panel. So I'm going to go ahead and bring them out. And ironically, this panel is going to be a contrast from the last panel we just had, because this panel is going to be all men and not all women. So we're going to have Sherwin.
Hello, hello.
Well, that'll
MF Fun.
Yo, yo.
And Chi.
Yo, what's up? What's up, fam?
Hello, guys. Thank you all for joining me up here tonight. So, You good?
Sorry. I'm good.
No, you're fine. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive into it. I'm going to talk about first up foreign aid in America's image. So some people argue that helping other countries strengthens our influence across the world, but others believe it's a strain on taxpayers. I want to know what's your take on that.
Well, I think just to start things off, there's a definite contrast, like you said, in the candidates and their points of view when it comes to these international issues. For example, right, Trump, he's pretty much, and I think why a lot of people relate to Trump is because he's pretty much sick and tired of, America paying other countries for things like tariffs, making deals with countries, right, nuclear deals or deals with Russia or North Korea, right, for a nuclear deal, and pretty much paying these countries, right, for no reason. And so that was a big message in the Trump campaign, right, was that they didn't want to be, pushovers anymore as a country, and they want to, assert their power as the most powerful nation of the country, right? On the contrast, right, you have Kamala Harris and her campaign, and what they're really pushing is this peace, right? We want world peace, and to have peace, we have to unfortunately pay, right? Peace comes at a price, right? Unfortunately, peace is not free, and so we do have to pay other countries, right, and give countries aid and support countries like Ukraine, for example, right? Ukraine's a lot smaller, and they don't have the resources and the support that they need, right, to go up against a country like Russia. That's where the U.S. steps in, right, and provides aid to Ukraine. So, we do have to help pay for the price of freedom, and that goes for a lot of the countries that are our allies as well.
What the heck? The little button right below it kept going light.
Yo, I pay a lot of taxes, yo. You know what I'm saying? I'm in that upper percentile of taxes, so I don't mind paying taxes for, for our people and freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, type of deal. And, we got to represent, we got to hold people off. We got to hold, Russia off. We got to hold these other people off this threatening democracy. So it is what it is.
What about you?
Yeah, I totally agree. I believe that there is a cost of freedom. And if we want people to be free, if we want our democracy to go around the world, somebody has to fit the bill first. Now, I also believe that the countries that can flip the bill should be flipping the bill with us. And that's something that Donald Trump talked about with NATO. And I will give him props for that, because in the beginning, people weren't paying their fair share. And then he said, look, if you don't pay, then we out. And what happened? People started saying, okay, well, if America's not going to pay, we still need this protection, so let us do this. So I feel that as America, we should try to push smaller nations to be better, smarter, more nimble, and more productive economically, so that they can also support the effort of peace.
Okay. All good takes. Sharon, you got something you want to say?
I just want to say, Trump also said that he didn't want to mess with France anymore, so he's pulling out the peace treaty, the Paris Peace Treaty, and the Paris Peace Treaty has nothing to do with France. So it has something to do with climate change. So I just think, like the rhetoric on sometimes the Trump campaign is a little bit confusing, because, he's making decisions and he's, using really odd reasons and rationale that just doesn't make any sense. If you're going to pull out of the Paris Treaty, right, you have a solid reason, right? You don't say it's because I don't like France. I mean, it has nothing to do with France, right? It's about countries coming together to reduce greenhouse emissions and, climate change, right? So if you think about it, it has nothing to do with France. It's just the messaging is so confusing sometimes.
Good point. I want to jump over to the whole Israel-Palestine, conflict we have going on over there. So, with everything happening between, those two, we know that depending on who's elected, we may see more of U.S. involvement or maybe a shift in how we offer support. So, what are your opinions on that, and what do you think may or may not happen? How do you feel about that?
Yo, I think whatever we do, we got to protect the regular civilians. You know what I'm saying? We got to, whatever the policies that go on, you know what I'm saying? Israel got to hit back from where, you know what I'm saying, Palestine and everybody's hit them, you know what I'm saying? But we got to protect the civilians, the people who are not involved in this conflict.
He officially pissed me off. Any other opinions on that, or?
I just think that's the sad thing about war is that there's so many innocent people that die for no reason. It's just stupid political games. You know what I'm saying? It's just power hungry, dictators that just want, resources and power and land and, and it's just people suffer, right? Like just regular people suffer. It's just really sad.
Yeah.
In the policy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that we as humans cannot get along. That strip of land has been there for a really long time with those people living on it. And Israel has always wanted to make it a beach, like Florida. And you got to be able to be like, yo, we can work together. You can live here. I can live here. This could all be a paradise. Again, it's no secret. I supported Trump in the very beginning. He talked about immigration. Why? And the wall? Because he was a real estate guy. Because I thought he was going to build a palace on the border, and it could be helpful for both sides. That's the same thing I feel about Gaza and Israel and all of those countries that Middle Eastern countries that are prospering from the oil that they had from before. So I just feel that we just said humans need to get along.
Oh yeah, definitely agree with that. I just want to say that all of Florida is not a beach, okay? That's all. That's my state. We don't have beaches in every city of Florida.
Okay.
Sterling, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because the question you asked earlier was about taxpayer money. Like, look how much taxpayer money we wasted on Afghanistan and, like, the war that we went to in Afghanistan. Or, like, I'm saying, like, a lot of those wars were pointless because it was just a ploy to get oil and resources, like you just said, son. And we convinced the American people that it was, war when, innocent people suffered just to get resources. So it's just, you gotta realize these certain things, right? It comes down to, what is the real motive behind politicians and what they really want.
Let's go fight some Kamala people.
Okay. I kind of want to shift the topic just a little, and this kind of ties into the Ukraine war and U.S.-Russia relations, but let's talk about impact of sanctions on global relations. So sanctions have become a common tool in U.S. foreign policy. How effective do you think they really are? And do you think that Harris or Trump would use them differently?
One person at the beginning of this was like, yo, Putin can do whatever he want to do. This is brilliant. You know what I'm saying? What he's doing, trying to get Ukraine is brilliant. You know what I'm saying? So I feel that one person is like, this is what he needs to do. We need to just go ahead and just hand it over to him. But the sanctions are not working. The sanctions are working to an extent that, if China and India, they are buying the surplus of what Russia can't sell on a deal, then it is what it is.
I usually argue with him and he disappears.
Okay. Comment?
I tell you, it's really frightening because you have all of our enemies coming together, making a currency. That's an issue. However, I do feel that there are enough countries that we have supported around the world that we could come up with some kind of agreement to get these wars over with. You know, I don't think that Russia should have any more land. It's not their land. If you give them one, they'll take more, and they got to be stopped somehow. Now, if America has to say, look, if you don't stop this, we're going to blow a hole in you, then that's what's going to happen. But America is going to win. I believe that. We got the power to do it. My problem is that a lot of times we don't have the, we have to go through so many bureaucracies to make a decision that people get hurt in the meantime.
That's a bit. Sean, you want to share something about this? I'm gonna move on.
No, I mean, I just, I feel like I just don't want to sound like a broken record, but I totally agree. I think that, you know, especially right now, like, we are under such a huge lens when it comes to the international landscape. You know, every country is looking at America, and, you know, even if you have conversations with people across different countries, like, they all have different opinions. Actually do like Trump and some like Kamala Harris because they all have their reasoning, right? And they think that if Trump is president, then maybe their country can benefit from it, right? So I think that, you know, there's a huge lens on America right now, and, you know, it's just so interesting to see these leaders and how they play a role in the decision making that goes on in this country.
Facts.
Yep, we all live on this planet.
Right. Now, I know Keith mentioned China, right? So that brings me back to, you know, this question I want to ask you guys about U.S.-China relations. So we know that U.S.-China relations have been pretty tense lately. So do you think President Trump would handle the relationship differently? And what might that mean for our economy and security, depending on what happens with this election?
The one with the women was really good.
I think the tariffs from one candidate will affect each and every one of us. You know what I'm saying? Because we live on the cheaper goods from China. You know, so it will estimated cost extra $4,000 per household because that price will be handed down to the consumer. That's what's going on right on the other scale, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We are blocking China from all the extra technology from U.S. and U.S. companies that are attached to us. So, I mean, you know, it's a hand-in-hand type of transaction.
Good. How are you? Blocking China? Work with China?
Interesting you said that. So, let me interject really quick. So, should the U.S. rely less on international trade and focus more on local production?
Well, I think in the manufacturing, right?
Can't do shit anymore.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, bro.
I think that's exactly what Trump is saying. You know, he's saying that we need more domestic manufacturing, and if you're going to sell in other places, you're going to have to be taxed, right? But if you're going to make something somewhere else and then sell it back to us, that's not going to work. You know, or if you're going to be another country like China and make manufacturing in Mexico because we give cheaper tariffs in Mexico, we can't allow you to do that. So a lot of common sense things that go around, it's just common sense. But I mean, if you're in China and this is your company, you're going to be tariffed the same way you would if you were in China.
It's pretty cool.
Right.
And I guess that's what he's saying. Yeah.
And I know you wanted to share about you have your job in manufacturing. I just want to say this is also just basic economics. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump wants to, for example, have China pay the tariffs, which, if you think about it, doesn't really make so much sense because in economics, the people who are importing the goods are usually paying the tariffs, right? If you think about it, if you put a tariff, if you make China pay the tariff, then they're just going to raise their cost of goods, and guess who has to pay for it? The American consumers. Then, you know, companies are going to raise their prices, and then American consumers have to pay higher prices.
It's just a negotiating tool. We cannot sell into China. Okay, we don't. It's not like how it is over there. We don't have American things in China
Was that just in?
because they tariff us. They tax us almost 100% to get things into their country. But yet the other way doesn't work the same way.
You gotta be in
And for a long time, they were a developing nation and they got away with that. Now it's time to stop that and say, hey, you're going to be tariffed the same way I would be tariffed. And get more of our supplies across the world and into their countries by our manufacturing. Because we're the best at it.
But MF son, who's gonna pay the cost? Who's gonna pay the difference?
Right.
If people buying the products and the goods, the American consumer.
I think that it will be cheaper. I think that it will get cheaper because we're able to have our products around the world. You know, as we have as our products in other countries, that means that our companies will be making more money. Which means that the cost of it would go down.
How you doing? You know, it's really interesting because you guys are answering my question. That was my next question, but you guys kind of touched on that. You know, I was going to ask if we do focus more locally, how do you think that will impact the prices of everyday items that we have here? And you know, you guys mentioned that it will probably raise prices, but do you think it's worth it if it does raise prices if we do focus locally? Or
again, it's go ahead. I'm sorry, Keith.
Yo, when we make semiconductors here in this place, so I work in manufacturing, what I'm saying? So like kind of coined on that a little bit. We make semiconductors, we make all our stuff here. It will promote US businesses. So we at a point where, like, look, the pandemic showed a lot. China shut down. We were still going. I work for GM. We couldn't get semiconductors. We couldn't get microchips. We couldn't get anything from anywhere else. So, it's like now that the CHIP Acts that the Biden-Harris administration, submitted, Yeah, big rats all day with the buffs on. But so the CHIP Act is bringing some of that manufacturing back to the U.S. So when that happens, they probably like $14 billion or something like that to different companies who want to make microchips here in the U.S. Yeah, we're in a point where, okay, when that happens, we will bring some of that back here. Everything was for cheaper, the lower bottom, the low dollar, we get it made in China and ship it back here for cheaper than what we can make it in the US. But hey, it didn't pan out. When the irons come to the fire type bill, it don't pan out. So when we bring all that back here, then it will be what it is.
Okay. All right, well, let's pivot the conversation a little bit and let's talk about national interests with our global responsibility. So where do you think the line should be drawn between protecting the U.S. interests and like maybe contributing to global efforts? So basically, how would you weigh the benefits of putting America first, against being a reliable ally, partner internationally?
I think American dollars should be always spent here first. That's what we all probably can agree on. American dollars should be spent here first. The homeless population, everything that needs to be spent here. We send like $200-300 billion to other countries, but that's what the U.S. has always done. They've always protected democracy and all other aspects of everything in other countries first. But I don't agree with that.
Yes.
I would think that honestly and Keith, that we have to put that money out there to protect democracy. Because if we don't, we're going to be fighting a larger enemy. And that's just what it is. Yes, I'd love to make sure that our homeless are eating and everything, but I also feel that we are giving the best of the best quality of life here in America that you can do.
We are not.
If you decide, you can get on the internet. You have 15, 14-year-olds making thousands of dollars on YouTube. You know what I mean? So it's not that it's not possible. There are opportunities, and America ideal is to create opportunities, in America. So I think that we're on a really good track. But we got to make more money because we have to be able to spread more democracy in other places.
Mm-hmm. Hey, yes. Before I open it up to the audience, any last words you guys want to have about international affairs?
I want to hear what the crowd got.
All right, so
Yeah, I know. I could definitely see some reaction. But I was just gonna say on the final. I was just gonna add on a final note, like I really hope that at the end of the day, like, and I know it's so cliche. It sounds like a beauty pageant answer, but we really do want world peace. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think all of us can agree. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants violence, and it's just unfortunate that we're fighting over little things that really don't matter that much sometimes, to on a bigger scale, right? Like, it may matter to a politician or a president, but when you think of the greater picture and who it's affecting, right, it's not benefiting a lot of people. So just, world peace all the way. Just want to say that.
Yeah, sure. As much as we would love to have world peace, I don't think that could ever happen because the music that we make, the movies that we make, the books that we make, just the everything that we make are all designed around good and evil. And that evil, it has to be sexy. It has to be something that you're attracted to so that you could create the storyline. Therefore, there's always going to be someone out there who wants to be that villain, that good guy.
Now, I'm here to facilitate the conversation, but I would have to say I definitely agree with that. It needs to be something to keep it going, keep it pumping. It has to be something to keep the momentum rolling. So I do. Okay, with that being said, does anyone out there in the audience have anything they would like to say or add to this discussion? Any questions? Jen has the mic in the middle. Just raise your hand. I'll walk up to her and.
I gotta turn the TV down.
Yeah, ask.
Okay.
No questions? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Come on. Get up, girl.
Some of y'all were having some strong reactions. I saw some emojis going in the audience.
I heard some things too. Okay, y'all want to say it now? It's okay. Well, we have somebody here. Let's go.
So you're gonna you're gonna grab this. The trigger, the green line will come, and then you can talk. And then when you finish, press it again so I can grab it. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I really just wanted to comment about. I don't remember who said it, but one of you people said that Russia should not have more land, and I really wanted to know why exactly that is the case.
I think I said that. Yes, I did. I don't think that Russia should have more land because it's not theirs. It's a sovereign country, right? And now they're trying to go into that sovereign country and take it over. Not right. It's not what was agreed upon. And all of a sudden, you want to change the deal. No.
Right. Those people have their own identity.
Well, I do agree that there are, yes, currently a sovereign country. There's undeniable similarities between Russia and Ukraine. Definitely historically as well, where Russia has taken over control over Ukraine for the most part of its history. Besides, I think it's really, because if you're looking from a Russian standpoint, NATO has reached the borders. They have Finland in NATO. They are beginning to have Sweden in NATO. They have Romania in NATO. They have multiple countries right on the border. It is clearly obvious that the Russians would want to secure Moscow. If we total insanity for them not to secure Moscow. And to put it in perspective, imagine if Mexico suddenly joined the Chinese right in a military alliance. Mexico now is part of the Chinese military, whatever. They've set up a bunch of factories right on the American border.
It's called the factories that they're making.
They wouldn't have those. They wouldn't have Sweden. They wouldn't have them. They wouldn't have them if they wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. This is all a byproduct of them invading Ukraine.
And again, I'm going to go back to saying that
You hit trigger again.
there has to be a way to live together side by side. You're literally cousins, brothers. You know, you're related to one another. And I just don't understand. We're all human. We have to wait till aliens come or find out that there are aliens for us to understand that we all live on the same exact planet. Instead of making all of these borders, that we could really be making a whole better civilization for everyone.
I got a question. If I vote for you, would you open the border for Mexicans?
Nope.
What? Nigga, what?
Somebody's speaking
He said if you vote for us, but you're not voting for us. Remember, we got two other candidates. None of us are running for president here.
None of us.
Please,
so don't ask us about our policies. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at the candidates and their policies.
We want to hear what you're talking about.
Oh god.
So Jen Smash has the mic. If you want to say something, she can give you the mic, and you press trigger.
Yeah, but
you
you
grab the
gotta
mic,
be,
press trigger.
you gotta be respectful. I'm not passing.
Be respectful, please.
Right.
Please be respectful.
Absolutely, be respectful.
Oh, man. I have something I really need to say. That's all I want. I want big booty.
Okay, and wait. Once it turns green,
man.
That's how you're global.
Okay, my question is this. You guys talked about a lot of things, but socio-economical. What do you feel on
No, you see it, please.
So we talked about that a little bit too, of all of the different countries putting their own currency together. Yes, global.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm super.
And all of these different currencies that are happening around the world, including the American dollar, which is going in the crypto or digital realm as well. I think that this is just something that is going to happen in the world. There's going to be different currencies, and the American dollar will hopefully always be the currency that you would want to go to because we are the most creative. We're the people who make the technologies.
Okay.
Usually China steals it from us, but we make it.
So with BRICS, the American dollar will be replaced as the official currency.
Bullshit.
That is the intent of BRICS. So that's why I asked, what do you feel on that?
Yeah, that's exactly.
It's BRICS.
What I just said. I feel that other currencies that are made and that will be made throughout the world will be just like money. You had
It's BRICS. Thank you.
pesos versus the American dollar. The American dollar will still always survive because we have the industry.
Loud. He's really loud.
That's false. Oh, that's false.
It's not
Shout out Mark Zuckerberg.
bricks.
That's not
It's a
true.
brick.
All right. So we're gonna wrap this segment up. We have, some more things going on for tonight. So I just want to thank each of you for sharing your insights and
News alert.
hold on.
Hey.
Breaking news. What's going on over there?
Breaking news.
I want to.
Hello, Pennsylvania. Hello.
Trump is 291.
So loud.
No, Trump is
Good
291.
breaking news from CNN just now. Kamala Harris just won California.
Obviously.
Okay.
All right.
Look on the
Right. Y'all heard it here first.
predicted map. You'll see over there on the right-hand side, you'll see that, yes, we did predict that Kamala Harris was going to win most of those West Coast states, because again, she's from the West Coast. She better.
Look, Georgia.
Right.
Things are going as planned.
All right, so we're gonna wrap this up. I just want to thank each of you for sharing your insights.
Click the breaking news button. It wouldn't come on when I was trying to do it. Maybe because you have a different code than I do. Maybe.
Trump has.
Our correspondents are still on Amplify.
All right, so guys, really quick, we know that international affairs is such a dynamic area, and it's clear that this election is going to shape the U.S.'s role on the global stage in many significant ways. So just thanks again to our panelists. Thank you to our audience for joining us, okay? And our next panel should be really fun and a little more lighthearted. Is Pop Politics with Burden of Proof, and that's going to take place at 11:30.
Why are you doing us like that?
Yeah, now we're going to stream live News National for the next half an hour, guys. Thank you so much to this panel, International Affairs.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys for coming to America Decides 2024 coverage in VRChat. We look forward to the next segment, Pop Politics, with the one and only Burden of Proof. That starts at 10:30, guys. So stick around, and we'll see you then.
That's what they think's gonna happen.
Stand up tall with your arms outstretched in front of you, and open and close your fingers with the music. Ready.
So still really early in Minnesota.
This is Donald Trump is only that.
I remember I watched Trump win.
Okay, yep. Okay, so but it's leaning red though.
I remember that day, man.
It is leaning red.
I was like, damn.
So right now, there needs to be, if you're supporting the left side, the Harris campaign, then there needs to be a big shift. They need a big state. Whether that's Pennsylvania, whether that's North Carolina, or Ohio, or Georgia. But Georgia is, 88% reporting is in, so.
Yeah. If they get Ohio, he's 1 point away, and she is very far away.
It's a lot of immature stuff going on.
Which would leave Arizona again as the deciding factor of this election.
Exactly. Right back in Arizona. All right. Well, we look forward to some more.
Which is virtually tied right now, by the way, which is crazy.
This is amazing night.
I feel like it's too many people just thinking.
Yes, thank you for coming to America Decides 2024.
And thank you for watching. Thank you for watching on T-Bot.
Yes. Thank you for Lux Vision Productions, T-Bot, and we have one more, right? Beneficial. All streaming live.
That's what's driving a lot of this.
Next up is Pop Politics with Burden the Proof. That will be a panel at 11:30.
2016. It was rule.
It's like didn't learn the first time.
Burden of Proof. I fuck up everybody's names so tonight. Like I'm so.
He wouldn't have been running right now. Really?
And now you're seeing if this.
Yeah, he's running this because it's a clear conviction. He's a felon.
It is rule America.
But listen, as a president,
which means it doesn't have to do with
no,
race.
he wasn't.
Doesn't have much to do with gender. It has to do with education.
No, he was doing running up on that.
In terms of education,
Where you live. Yes, so we press charges against him. Then that's
What up, Tink? What up,
I'm so proud of you. I was listening in the kitchen. You got it.
Nation, I'm so sorry. I saw a promo on there, and I was just like flashback. But right, yes, News Nation, you guys. But listen, if you guys want to say anything or have anything that you'd like to say about your feeling about how the election is going on and what do you see is going to happen, we'd love to hear from you. So please feel free to
Pennsylvania.
come up and ask for the microphone, or even better, if you're watching on any one of the streaming service, type something, and I'll read it here on air, and we'll try to respond back to those questions. We'd love to hear from you.
And this is America Decides 2024. Welcome, everybody. Our next panel is Politics with Burden, coming up at 11:30. So we have some questions on the floor. Let's go.
So I'm not gonna say I got work too, but you know, whatever.
Don't run away.
Yeah, I have to train someone on that. Yeah, I can see it now. Oh, yeah. I got a whole meeting with my boss tomorrow, but I wrote everything else. I'll just.
And you set the
They're gonna ask me questions.
The votes, there's too much vote there.
They're asking me medical stuff. I'm like, what?
Back to preempt Trump doing what he did in 2020, which was prematurely declare victory when he came out of the race.
Why wouldn't
I will.
She spent the last several days of the campaign even saying
Let me go ahead and get my question.
she refused to name.
Oh, no.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, I got a lot of questions. Wait, right along.
Are you looking to take your online presence to the next level? At Lux Vision Studios, we're your one-stop shop for building a strong digital brand and connecting with your target audience. We produce high-quality shows in a variety of formats, including podcasts, talk shows, gaming content, and motivational videos. Our team of experts will manage your social media channels and branding, helping you amplify your story and reach a wider audience. We stream content across popular social media platforms and Roku, ensuring maximum visibility. Whether you're a gamer, entrepreneur, or looking to inspire others, we have the expertise to help you achieve your online goals. Here's what sets us apart: engaging content. We produce a variety of shows to keep your audience interested and coming back for more. Social media and branding mastery. We'll manage your online presence and build a strong brand that resonates with your target audience. Multi-platform reach. We stream your content across popular platforms and Roku, maximizing your visibility. Community focus. We believe in fostering a community around your content, creating a loyal following. Let Lux Vision Studios help you connect with your community and amplify your voice online. Are you looking to take your online presence to the next level? At Lux Vision Studios, we're your one-stop shop for building a
topic like that right now. That's my Horizon World get up. Well, we're here in VRChat sharing this information with you guys in regards to the 2024 presidency. For our Trump supporters, we're a little bit happy right now. For my Harris supporters, I don't know how we feeling right now. Hope we all right, but we're gonna get through this. Before I even start and introduce the guest in here, just and share some information with you guys. I'm actually right now in Georgia. I'm in mid Georgia right now. I actually just left a station, if you will, that had to tally votes and things of that nature. And just to look at the synchronized way they do this information and how they really carry these ballots. It's a real serious situation. And watching 7 p.m. was the last that you can vote. If you came at 7:02, 7:05, you was not getting your vote counted. Period. They turned you around and told you to go home. For those who weren't a part of that registration or part of that sector to where they can vote, they literally screened you and made sure that you were part of that area to where you can cast your vote. That's how serious this thing is, and this is how serious these people are taking this voting and taking this presidency right now. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, just to let you guys know, if you haven't been there to see this sequence of events, it's pretty wild. But I am here to talk to you guys about pop culture and politics. I have a panel that is going to be joining me in this conversation.
For no reason.
I have Unique Soul coming to the stage. I have my girl Kia coming to the stage. I got my guy MF Sun, and I have my girl Jen Smash. So if they will come out here and join me real quick, I would greatly appreciate it. I don't know where I'm supposed to sit at this thing. Me and this Horizon. This VRChat thing is kind of new to me. Yeah, so we're going to stand up, whatever. However we going to make this thing work. Don't worry, I'll stand with you. Appreciate you. Oh, there we go. They go to sit there. Am I sitting now? All right, we're sitting.
You good.
All right. What's happening, y'all? We good?
Yeah, we good. Yes.
Everybody pleased right now with in the way this thing is going right now?
Oh yeah, I'm really pleased.
Yo, Jen, you and your sarcasm. You and your sarcasm.
No, not really.
America is working. This is America at work.
All right, so we'll let you know now. We got tomatoes and fruit in the back. So if you want to throw that MF Sun at any time during this panel, feel free to. No, I'm just saying. All right, so here we go. My section on this particular panel, there go a tomato right there. Somebody actually threw one. Okay. So my particular segment in regards to this panel was on pop culture and politics. Before we even get into the politics aspect of this, let's just elaborate on what pop culture really is. By definition, it's the modern popular culture transmitted via mass media and aimed particularly at a younger people. Now let's just stop right there, because I would disagree, and I'm just curious as to if anybody else would disagree in regard to that as well. I don't feel that it's something that's transmitted by mass media. I think it's something that's sought after through urban cities and things like that, and then cultivated and then issued back out to the world. How do you guys feel about that?
Okay, once you explained it, I also agree.
What you feel, MF Son?
I can agree with that. I think that they look at the lowest denominator, right? So that they could say, well, at least I can grab this group. And then they bring it up into the mainstream, like you said. It just makes perfect marketing sense as well.
A whole lot of words.
Facts. Unique Soul, how do you feel?
Now you said that it said pop culture is about what, digital?
No. I'm just saying, by definition, pop culture is defined as modern popular culture transmitted via mass media. And that, in my opinion, I think isn't really that true. I feel personally that it's something that they sought after initially and then they redistribute through mass media. How do you feel about
Okay.
that?
Yeah, you pose a good point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I did feel like it's through mass media. Okay, so maybe it's pop culture because it is through mass media. Now, what you're saying, you're talking about culture, period. You feel me? That's going to be
Right.
I think they coined it pop culture is because it's something that's being taken on by the majority of people. Because it's through mass media of the culture.
Right. Got you. Oh, just for my audience, just to let you guys know, at the end of the last 5 minutes, we're going to open up the panel and we're going to ask you guys if you have questions. Feel free. My guy Sherwin's going to be in the middle with a mic. So if you guys have questions, just hold them until we get to the last 5 minutes of the segment. But like I was saying, in regards to the mass media, was aimed particularly. Popular culture transmitted via mass media and aimed particularly at the younger people. That age demographic is between 18 and 29 years old. I was going to yell confetti for those who are 18 to 29, but I don't know. Hey, jump up and down if you're 18 to 29 years old. Can you jump? Yeah, there go some people jumping.
Yeah, we got some. Yeah, there we go.
All right, so we got some. So basically, my millennials and my Gen Zs is basically aimed at you guys in regards to how they try to incorporate this popular culture. Now, with that being said, it's done through popular music, television shows, sports, and even fast food establishments assist in moving this quote-unquote pop culture. And they do it in a lot of ways. For those who don't know or who maybe new to this, I mean, we've seen this before. Rock the Vote was one of the ways that they tried to utilize pop culture and trying to make voting cute, if you will, or more entertaining or more alluring to the gen or popular culture. Also, my guy Rock the Vote with Diddy back in 2004, if you will. Yeah. I was waiting for that to happen. Okay, so music seems to be one of the most used ways in regards to how mass media tries to push the narrative of regards to politics and voting. Why do you guys feel music is such a big stronghold on this outside of any other brand, corporation, or entity?
Well, I think as an artist, I wanted to just answer first since I think it's
go ahead, Miss Artist.
I think it's because artists are a big influence. We're a big influence on the people that we sing to, rap to, and present to. And influence is, to me, a combination of things. It's like the more you hear it, the more valid it is, the more they believe it. And if you hear it from different sources that impact you, that you look up to, it's going to be more impactful. That's what I think.
Okay, Jen, you were saying something, ma'am?
Yeah, music evokes emotion, and if you can make that connection with the artist and you follow the artist, you believe in the artist, so whatever the artist does and promotes, you follow it because they have evoked an emotion in you. So Taylor Swift, Beyonce are very strong. Their hives, their followers are ridiculous. So and so if they say, vote for Harris, most likely they will. So it's very influential, very important. And the Democrats seems to use that all the time. That's kind of one of their things they do is they evoke that emotion in an artist. And so that's why you saw a lot of power artists at the right next to Kamala Harris.
Breaking news alert.
Breaking news.
Are we going to the panel for the breaking news? Sherwin,
coming over here. Sherwin's not here. It's Peoples, but hey, y'all.
I'm back.
Hey.
What's going on?
Yes, I have some breaking news.
I was just happening as well.
Yeah, so
North Carolina went to Trump. North Carolina is now red.
Oh, wow. Hey.
Okay. Carry on.
Was that expected? Was that an expected turn of events? That was
it is unexpected.
Was it expected? Right, it was expected. Right?
I think towards it was. You're right. We said we had a possibility of it going blue, and we tried it, and we saw that as the votes started getting counted, it was leaning towards Trump. So our projected ended up changing to Trump. So as blue, and we tried, and we saw that as the votes started getting.
Okay. Hold on. So how accurate are we on this on our guest board over here? Are we?
I'm gonna continue to fill in the real time chart in just a second.
It's definitely
cool.
It's pretty accurate though, as I'm looking at both. It's pretty accurate.
Okay. Well, thank you, People's Publicist, and thank you, Sherwin, for that breaking news. Appreciate you. All right, so back to the discussion in regards to music being a strong influence on politics. Why do you feel music has such a stronghold in regards to how mass media wants to push politics within pop culture? MF
Shit,
I think that entertainment has always played a role in politics. You know, go back to Old Blue Eyes or Sammy Davis Jr. Like helping build the candidacy for the Kennedys. So I mean, like, I feel that music plays a role. That's why they care about this shit. But it's changing. Especially with we said no Diddy, but especially with people like Diddy and other artists, we're starting to lose favor in them. But now we're turning to a lot of podcasters, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people, Joe Rogan and all of those type of people who have built a fan base, who have that trust of ideals. And I think that is a change for America that was very evident in this election. Now that's a great point, and I wanted to elaborate on that. Give me 1 second, Unique. I wanted to based on the legal issues with the Little Durks and the Diddies and things like that. Although they have been spokespeople for these candidates and things like that. Based on these legal situations, do you think this makes them less credible in regards to their influence on pop culture and people to vote for who they think they should be voting for? I think it's very odd that every single time these elections come out, you get all these rappers that you either never heard of or are like street dudes who are on camera talking about, hey, you got to vote for this Democrat. So I do believe that there's something going on there that maybe Diddy.
No.
Okay, I ain't gonna hold you though. I will. Go ahead, Jen.
No, Diddy. Listen, knowing him personally, I think he had good intentions when he was doing Rock the Vote. For the records, I don't agree what he's doing, but he was a great pusher, a great entrepreneur, and he was just right for that nature right there. And he got a lot of people together to get the vote out. So we need those type of peoples, those type of level people.
Go ahead, you. Sorry, Unique.
A-listers. Okay. I ain't talking about no Diddy, but going back to what MF's son was saying, I disagree with that. I don't think musicians or artists are being less influential and we're turning towards podcasts and things like that. I also think it just depends on who you are and what you enjoy and what you like. But if we talk about musicians are still at the top. They're celebrities and their dope endorsements are they can be very effective because, like Jim was saying, the fans they feel like they have a personal connection with them. You know what I mean?
their opinions do sway, especially younger, audiences. But, it's good. It's a good and bad thing when it comes to that. But at the same time, I don't think that influence is going away. No time.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Ever.
Now, if we're making a comparison in regards to who had the longest A-list celebrities of endorsements, I'm going Harris all day. So I mean, she had from Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla, Beyonce. I mean, you name it.
She went hard.
Who's who was endorsing this woman? So that brings me to my next question. So that brings me to my next question in regards to her having this A list of endorsements in regard to celebrities and musicians and things like that. Do you feel that these celebrities did their job in regards to influence in pop culture to get them out there to vote at a mass rate? And that question is for everybody.
I definitely think so. I think that with musicians and all of the artists that supported her, most of those artists have stories about something that a Democrat has done for them. Democrats are very well known for the arts and funding those type of programs. So a lot of these artists, appeal to that. So I definitely think that they do their job most of the time.
Unique, how do you feel about that?
I just think it is all about them using their platform to touch people who don't necessarily engage with traditional, politics. You feel me? So
right.
I think it's effective. Now, is it a good thing? I don't know. Is it a bad thing? I don't know. I feel like it's two sides to the coin there, because at the same time, sometimes celebrities feel like they have to say something because they're in the limelight. So are they saying something just to say something, or are they saying something because they really mean it? Because some people can say they're out of touch when it comes to like regular quote unquote people. How can you tell me what to do when your life is totally different from mine?
Facts. Totally agree. Agreed. Miss TalkNiceTokia, how do you feel about this? Do you feel that pop culture has been reached by these celebrities, or these celebrities have done their job in regards to reaching pop culture and getting them out there to vote?
She just felt bad.
I think they are. I think being a teacher, being an older sister of 13 siblings, and all of them are younger than me, all of them. And just hearing what they have to say and hearing what just the younger generation in general have to say about it. I think it is. Every time I'm scrolling on Instagram or Facebook and I see my family members or cousins, they're reposting something that Meg Thee Stallion said or did or Cardi did. And they're like, oh, I can't wait till I get 18 so I can vote. Or the 18-year-olds are like, oh, I can't wait to vote for the first time. I see the definitely the positive side of it that it's having. Even when Beyonce got up there, and I'm not a part of the Beehive. I love her music, but I'm not a part of the Beehive. And she got up there and she's like, I'm here as a mother and not an artist. I felt that because she's trying to appeal to the mothers and the women's better nature and trying to get them out there to vote. I think that it is very appealing when it's coming out of the mouth of someone like Beyonce, someone like Taylor Swift, someone like Oprah Winfrey, and all the other people who performed or spoke on behalf of Kamala. I feel like even speaking is doing their part. If you got up on there on the stage and you spoke to the people, I feel like that's doing your part. Definitely.
Understood. Miss Jen, how do you feel about this?
Know that shit. That's why they go get these.
Did they do their job?
I started it off. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, good. She's still watching those polls over there. She over there. She's still big mad right now. Hey.
Yeah, I'm mad.
So I got two more.
I have a question, Bert. What about the effectiveness on the other side, like the right side, on Trump's side? Yeah, no, I'm saying there was some there were some stars that were on his side as well. Do you think that? I mean, go ahead. I'm listening. Do you think that a lot of the even the black and the Latino stars that represented on Trump's side, maybe that was the reason why they pulled over to his side?
It wasn't that.
Well, I mean, you remember, Kanye West has never shied away from being a strong Trump supporter. Elon
Musk.
Elon Musk is definitely one of the celebrities, high-list, A-list celebrities. But Hulk Hogan and these guys like that. But let me tell you something. Amber Rose. I mean, from the rap standpoint it's just me, and this is me personally. All right, this is me personally. When you get these rappers up there and things like that, it just seems fake. I know you don't know him. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is me. This is me. I know you're not listening to Lil Baby. You know what I'm saying? I know you don't.
The president is listening, to Meg Thee Stallion or whoever they have for front.
Right. I just think Harris may be different.
Obama did. No, he's listening to YMCA. Obama did.
But when you go to that, when you're talking about that. It's just I look at it more of a marketing thing, like you talked about earlier. It's a phenomenal marketing scheme, especially from the Trump campaign. Because I don't really think he's listening to that type of music. You know what I'm saying?
Because I want to say Trump did not know who Amber Rose.
Right? No, he knew who Amber Rose was. He did because she was Amber Rose was on one of his shows. So yeah, he knew who she was. I'm the apprentice.
Years back. No, you got 2 more questions. Time is running out.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. There's a lot of the stars that he had no clue who they were. They were just coming on the campaign trail just to show off. Basically. Okay, so here we go. Last question before we go to questions in the audience. What do we feel can be better in regards to politics trying to persuade Gen Z millennials to vote? As a whole, what do we feel can be done better for them to do this? I mean, because we got sports, food brands, and all these other things. What can they utilize better to get these people to get out there and vote at a bigger rate?
I mean, she seems neutral.
I think going to where they live, Fortnite. My kids are Fortnite. They're on the video. So how do we influence commercially like that, like ads in Fortnite? They look at YouTube. They don't look at TV. Just listen to where they are, and we need to be right there. So I mean, I know my kids. They didn't even look at anything, but they play those video games. They're gamers. So you need to be in the gamers lane, really.
Agreed. Anybody else want to comment on that? I think that they need to be in here. I think that this social platform is perfect because you're getting people from all around the country, all around the world, and you're coming up with ideas. I say this all the time. How you build your laws is around people. But if you're not talking to people, how are you building your laws? So I think that they definitely have to come more on these social platforms like Horizon Worlds and VRChat and get a perspective that maybe they're not thinking about. 100%. Sherwin, you got questions? I think Sherwin's going to be going to the aisle. We got the last 5 minutes for the audience members who may have questions.
Is going to go in the audience.
Okay,
Miss going to go in the audience. Just a quick disclaimer. When Peep hands you the microphone, you're going to click it one time. It's going to turn green. That means you're amplified. And then when you are finished, make sure you click it again so it goes away. The light goes away.
Thank you. Good job to you too.
I'm here, y'all. Does anyone have any questions? I'll come to you. You don't have to come to me. So raise your hand.
I do have a question.
Who said that?
Raccoon.
That would
Raccoon. Okay. So you're gonna grab the mic and you're gonna click it. When it turns green, it's on. Okay.
All right. Sounds good. So, one question I do have for the panel, thoughts on essentially the, I guess, movements or memes being used. Something I like to reference for this is the whole paint out the squirrel incident.
Yeah, that mic is ill.
What is your viewpoint on it?
Can
you elaborate on what it is?
Yeah, like
So essentially, this might be one-sided just because I have my own personal beliefs of it, but essentially, I believe it happened in New York. A man's pet squirrel and raccoon were taken and euthanized, and it was just something that I personally didn't agree with. So, just curious what stuff like that in pop culture, since it is a big thing trending at the moment.
I feel like, of course, if it's something that's triggering or something that's unkind, no, it should not be used as a meme. Of course not. For any instance, for any politician, for any promotion. I feel like memes are for, to be funny, to relate to, but obviously there's a line you should not cross, of course.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the lines can blur between entertainment and serious. So like these complex topics can just, like you said, be reduced to memes and sound bites that we talked about in the first panel too, with sound bites. But yeah, I think it can cause people to kind of like dismiss political messages in entertainment, like, you know what I'm saying, as being just kind of like just oversimplifying them, making them like nothing, you know what I'm saying? Or either being too preachy, too invasive, or just nothing because it's a joke. So it's a balance. It's definitely a balance between raising awareness and oversimplifying issues. There's a very thin line between those two. And I think it worked for Trump. I mean, everybody did videos. So eat the dogs, eat the cats. I mean, it became,
oh my gosh, yeah. That's also more about politics.
Yeah. If I can just elaborate on that, I think we're in a day and age now where nothing surprises me anymore, and two, people are going to do anything for shock value nowadays and things like that. So I mean, although like you said, it was very inappropriate and things like that, it's nothing that is going on in today's day and age that's, to me, that's very surprising. And I mean, I hate to say it, unfortunately, but look for more things like that. Sadly, you understand what I'm saying? Now the bar is being raised in regards to, okay, how can I create more shock value to generate attention for what I'm trying to promote?
4 years
And get more likes.
Totally.
I was just saying, there's no turning back. Like, we're in this era, and it's here to stay. It's going to get crazier. Period.
I hope we answered your question, my guy.
Don't put your feelings. Don't take things too personally. I feel like, because it sounds like you have a very strong opinion on that, and I feel like people let this stuff get to their heart, and that turns into things being radicalized and like over dramatics. I think that people should just leave politics to the politicians and people who think clearly and not emotionally.
Another person who needs to.
But I also feel like that's a really slippery slope to say, politics to the politicians, because in essence, politics should be about the people. You feel me? So,
yeah.
I don't think it's something.
When I say that, I also mean people. Okay. I mean people who know about politics. My bad.
It starts with.
Okay.
Right, but I also feel like we all need to. What I have learned is that we all kind of need to know about politics. Because I tell you, when I voted today, I was like, I didn't know anybody on this. By the way, y'all need to tell people to bring their glasses.
I mean,
but yeah, but
you
that's
can
the thing.
increase the font, brother.
Influencers on that as well.
No, I had paper. You gotta. I need the glasses.
Oh, we
so,
computer.
my point is, see, my point is that if we had something where we would be able to see what these people, who these people are, which I feel that doing early voting helps you do, because you're able to be in your own home. You could find out who these people are and then vote and then turn your vote in. I think that is the way of the future. But going to the polling place was tough.
Can you send me the pictures from
People's Publicist, we got any more questions out there?
Does anyone have any more questions? You do? No? Oh, maybe not. Anybody? Coming through.
Don't be scared now.
We here.
Can't hear from
We
you.
here. Nobody. Where you at? Who was that? Oh, there you go.
Hey, there goes Rich.
I'm going to hand you the mic. Just click it on. Go ahead. Touch the mic and then hit your finger. There you go.
There you go.
All right. Can everybody hear me?
Rich, what up?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my question is, if Trump wins the election tonight, do y'all think he gonna start World War III?
Absolutely not.
Make sure you click it.
I don't think so. I think they're going to be quite the frightened of what he will do. I think Donald Trump has a way with words and a way with action, and yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
No, me neither. Absolutely.
I think it's already happening. I mean, it's already happening in a way.
Yeah.
Everybody's fighting.
Yeah.
You got the Koreans going over to Russia, helping Russia. You got the stuff that's happening in Jerusalem and Gaza and all that. I mean, it's happening right now.
Honestly, they're all
not even in office yet.
Right, but they are proxy wars, which means that they're not really our wars, they're someone else's wars. It's just happening that we're friends with them. But at the end of the day, if your friend starts beating up with kind of beating up with a bully, that's what you're doing.
Jump in.
At the end, sometimes you jump in, sometimes you just gotta not jump in. And that's exactly what I feel.
He is sounding like somebody.
Right. I think Israel is starting to feel that way. Like, look, we don't want you telling us what to do, America, and you shouldn't. So therefore, I'm going to fight my own battle.
You talk to Lance.
Well,
Appreciate the question. Go ahead, Unique.
I wish I were there for the last panel, because that's what we talked about.
Right. That definitely would have been a question for that last panel. Exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
We
Appreciate the question.
We also have a response. We have a response from someone here in the audience as well to the last question.
Okay.
Click it on. There you go.
Yo, can y'all hear me? What up, Don? In response, what's up, brother? In response to the question about World War III or whatever, I think that's kind of inevitable. You know what I mean? Because regardless of, if we look at Trump's 4 years in office, we didn't have any wars, any wars, nothing like that. So if you go by that, then he'd probably be the same way. You know what I mean? But secondly, Israel is a problem itself. You know what I'm saying? Israel gonna get America in trouble because of our allegiance to them. So they over there moving on their own. They're not going by what America say. They doing it on their own. And I think that they not gonna stop until somebody just do something drastic to them over there, and that's gonna be the catalyst to lead to that situation y'all was talking about.
Wasn't we in Afghanistan during Trump? Because Biden stopped that war. Wasn't
Yeah, but it was already they was already there. They was already there, but it wasn't an active war. They've been there since Bush finally pulled out.
I mean, my concern with people who talk about Donald Trump and not having wars is the fact that we forget that we had a pandemic. Nobody was fighting. Everybody was dying. So you also have to look at it that way. Donald Trump in the house, y'all. So I mean, it's the same thing with the economy. The economy was great under Donald Trump, but realize he got that economy from Obama. So can't we, very good at talking. Again, he's very good at the attention of America.
I think he's pretty good at the business of America too, though.
Even that he filed bankruptcy like 6 times.
That's business.
On this planet,
Well, I just want to break this up real quick and tell y'all we have Donald Trump.
Take it.
Yes, Donald Trump is like front and center. That's a wild avatar right there.
Is Melania with you, Donald? Is Melania with you? People.
Listen, we got any more questions? I heard a lot of chat. Anyone want to say something? Anybody want to say something? Come on.
Shout out to Melania. She is a beautiful first lady. With one of the beautiful first ladies.
Their income bracket is.
We good? We good?
Okay, baby.
I got one.
Nobody? Oh wait, who said that?
I got one.
Last one.
All right, hold on.
They said that he was walking around with the.
Take it and
Sure, and we good on time?
trigger finger.
This is the last question. Y'all can take.
All right, bet.
All right, I got one. All right, so y'all talk
got
about
one more question.
y'all talk about how we get like youth involved, right? How do we? So I want to ask, how do we have a convention in VR?
Oh, I'm sorry. You went up. You went up. Yeah, press the trigger again. Sorry.
Check 1, 2. Got me.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So how do we have a conversation in VR that allows people to have and form the ideas that are important to the youth here?
I think people does.
I mean, I think about how gamers are people that play with people all over the world, cross borders, and their interests affect everyone. So how do we do that? Gamers can still build a place for them to share those ideas. I think that's one of the biggest things we do for the future.
Well, if can I start the answer on that? I mean, honestly speaking, I think a lot of that is already being done. I mean, no disrespect to VRChat because I'm not here frequently. Horizon World. I mean, like, shout out Copper Chosen because she actually has VR classroom, and I think those type of worlds are the structure and the foundation of things like this to be expressed. I mean, it's not hard to create a game within that place of okay, let's match the states on a map or anything like that, or okay, here are your last whatever presidents or things like that, and start influencing these kids in a different manner in which they are literally learning the ins and outs of how government works and things like that without even knowing it, but making it fun to them like they've already doing like mopping the floor or they picking up the trash within these places. These are the spaces and these are the type of things I think that's already being done that I think can expand on how these people can create. We can create a wider audience in regards to how knowledgeable we are in regards to politics and things like that. And that's just personally speaking.
So we're going to have to take over education because Donald Trump is going to take out education.
Oh my gosh, yes.
So
we don't know what Trump got to do.
These are the things I have to agree with. And I have a background in education, so I feel strongly about that. I don't like that at all. So now it depends on us.
We need to rework it.
Yeah, but
that's a different story.
Yeah.
Right, we're gonna need that to another
He did say in there he wants to give the power back to the parents. He wants to give it back to the parents. So if the parents is in charge, I mean, I think Burden. I think you definitely have something that we can look forward if that's the case. Then
care about the kids, but you don't care about the ones that ain't.
But he is gonna take out Black History.
Be like
I'm gonna let you know right now. Yeah, in Florida they already did that.
They've already been taking out Black History.
So there goes Black
They don't know nothing about slavery or nothing.
But then that's why parents just got to be parents. You know what I'm saying?
And they're not going to like level still.
Yeah,
depending on.
But yeah, it's crazy. Okay, back to you, Brandon.
No. Miss, I hope we answered your question a little bit, just a little bit in regards to your viewpoint, and I appreciate the question. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my time. I appreciate you guys staying and engaging in pop culture and politics. Thank you, Sherwin, for allowing me to be a guest host on this phenomenal event. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to my panel mates, MF Sun, Unique Soul, TalkNiceTokia, and my girl Jen Smash. I appreciate you guys. Lux Vision Studios, Beneficial, and all you guys. I appreciate it. NBC News is coming up next. And later we have another panel with Jen Smash and MF Sun with the future of America. See you guys in a minute, and thank you guys.
Thank you. Great job, everyone. Great job. Thank you.
Give it up one more time. Did it phenomenal, peeps. Didn't you enjoy that conversation?
Yeah, that was a good one. I've been waiting all night for that. That was a good one.
I love it. Now, I know we had some overflow of questions as well from the last panel. Like Burden said, we have one more panel remaining. We're going to go to some news coverage. First, we're going to do some key race alerts, me and Peeps. And then we're going to go to some NBC news coverage, followed by one more panel of the evening, all right? So let's go ahead and do a key race alert, you guys. Let's check in.
Thank you so much for sticking in here with us. We knew it was going to be a long night.
For those who need to go to bed, good night. We love you. Thank you for coming. For those who are sticking it out and staying up, we are still here and active, all right? It is election night here in America.
This is America Decide 2024 in VRChat. Next up, the future of America, hosted by Sherwin, MF Sun, and me, Jen.
Okay. I was hosted by you two.
That's right. You guys.
That's funny. All right, well, let's do a key race alert, you guys. Let's check in to these swing states. So, two of them have already been declared. We've got Florida and North Carolina have already declared Donald Trump. All right, let's check in with some of these other states. Arizona, 50% of the reporting is in, and it's leaning towards Trump at 49%. All right, that is Arizona. Georgia, 93% of reporting is in. So we are almost there. Georgia is probably going to be announced in the next half hour or so to an hour. Yep, it is leaning towards Trump at 50.8%. Very close. Extremely close. Michigan, with a surprising twist of events, was first leaning blue, is now leaning red. Different from our original projection, because we thought it was leaning blue, but it looks like it is leaning red.
I can't hear you.
Let's see, 48% of reporting is in, and it is 52% Trump. Pennsylvania, Philly, all those people from Philly.
No.
Peeps,
Just
your
say
place.
Pennsylvania.
All right, Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? PA. She said you don't want to claim Philly anymore. PA is leaning towards Trump right now with 85% of the reporting in, 50% is at Trump, and then Wisconsin is 77% of the reporting is in, leaning towards Trump, 51%. Folks, I don't know who you were voting for, but it is looking like a landslide when it comes to these swing states.
All type of shit.
That's, like I said earlier in the panels, this is kind of like deja vu. A lot of you guys may not expect it, but, Donald Trump and his strategy with going for these swing states, it seems like it pays off because he is claiming the swing states, which is pushing the needle. So, but we are not there yet. We still have several states that get to. Yep.
My own neighborhood.
Yeah,
anything could happen.
Still happening for the long haul. We're still
Anything
here.
could happen.
Anything can happen. Anything.
Sherwin, what do you think, Sherwin? Do you think that this is going to another day? Do you think that it's going to be decided tonight? What's your thought on it?
Well, actually, they projected that they were going to find out by midnight. Now, it's obviously past midnight, right? We see that it's about 2:10 to 2:30, right? That's about what we're looking at. So we're almost at 2:70. right? So I think it'll probably be another hour to 2 hours until we can really sit here and say we know who's going to win. Obviously, there's going to be some recounting going on probably with a few states, and we'll probably confirm it by tomorrow. But tonight, when you guys walk away, I think you'll have an idea of who's going to win, because we're gonna get some of these swing states and more of the reporting in and find out where they're gonna go, and then it's gonna be able to declare who the winner is. All right.
Do you think we can find 11,760 votes in Georgia?
Well, let me just say this.
The funny thing about Democrats, they'll never do that. Republicans would, though.
Social media.
And the popular vote right now is 58.1 million for Kamala Harris, which is 47% of the people, and 62.3 million for Trump, so 51%. So it's not it's not really a landslide if you're winning by 50% of the popular vote, but the strategy with the Electoral College and going for the swing states is definitely the name of the game. And I think Trump knows how to play that game better than anybody else.
Do you think because Harris only had like 100 days to really to do the politics, you think that affected the whole election?
I don't think so, because I think Biden was already in the race. She was already in the race with Biden. It's not like Biden was doing it alone. That's a VP.
No, I look at what she did in 100 days, and I'm amazed at what's happened in the last 100 days since she, announced that she was going to be running. So I don't think that it had any effect on her at all, because she had less time. She was, already vice president. We knew she was going to be, in office with him if he was going to be elected. So I don't think the timing made any difference.
So that
Yeah.
we have some baby wins there. The rationale.
Somebody said she's not a likable person.
Thank you for that. Don 24.
Don, we definitely need you to actually, Don. Okay, well, stay tuned for 1 second, because we got one more spot on this panel. I think he's got some opinions that he might want to share on the panel. So,
that's right.
I'd love to have him on there, Don. Don should definitely be on the panel.
America Decides 2024. Thank you guys for coming. We still have one more segment left. Stay tuned at 12:30 a.m. We'll have the next panel, The Future of America. Jesus.
And we've got some NBC News coverage playing right now on the screen. If you can't see it, we do have a blowing between the Harris. Like real quick, between the Harris and the Trump signs right there. If anybody cannot see the screen, if it's lagged out for you, then just go right there. There is a reload button that you can click. It should reload. Make sure your allow untrusted URLs is checked in your settings. All right, sorry about that. MSM, back to you.
Oh man, I tell you, these newscasters, I know that MSNBC is just
crying
right now. Their brains are just like, what is going on? This is Hillary again. I can't believe it.
And right now on the screen we have Jen Psaki. She was the former press secretary for Joe Biden. So if you guys remember, she was the one always doing the press briefings.
Some of them were
not.
Before KJP took over.
California. She just met.
No, you put me in Alabama. No,
Listen, they talk. She talking about what I was talking about. I felt like there should have been a primary. There should have been a primary. If there was a possibility that someone else could have been elected, they should have let it gone through. Even though she probably would have won, they should have made that happen.
You do not need to hear it. You don't hear it every time.
Exactly.
Most accounts, he didn't perform.
I got family there. Hey, I got family.
Please.
My rich aunt.
Yeah, you better be respectful.
Where you at now?
The candidates. She has a superior ground operation that has been invested in
got you. Okay.
state parties.
Yeah, it was good. Shannon was cool. Good to see you.
I get
In
it.
many states in the country.
I was telling mom how much of a bitch
Honestly, I'm really scared. I'm really scared about the future. I don't know.
Listen, I don't think that we have anything to be fearful about. America is always going to be America. Donald Trump had been in office for 4 years, and guess what? We're still here.
The road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
So apparently it was this girl.
Yeah.
That my dad met.
40 more votes.
We still have hopes.
Oh.
We still have hopes.
I don't know where did we go wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, T.
you
scared me.
Yeah, switch that up.
Hey, sweetie. How you doing?
Dirty or nothing.
Hanging in here, having some pain, but I'm getting through it. This whole setup here is amazing what they did in here.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm at a real convention.
Well,
This is awesome. My house is a party right now.
Clan or whatever it is.
Yes. That's why
You kind of find something more than
all 3
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything. I'm like, what should I? Very good.
How you doing?
Bunch of friends.
my house is so it's loud.
Call you like daddy.
But I had to come in and say hi to people.
Days.
I miss you guys.
I
miss you guys.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got
thank
Sharon on
you,
Discord
thank
right
you.
now. He told me to tell you hi.
Oh my god, I miss you guys. But I had to
Oh my God.
Miss you too.
because I was part of the elections. I was part of the elections. Oh my god, I can't even hear. I can hear him. I hear him. T said, what up? T said, what up?
Why? And I already know that they will try some shit like that with me because they tried.
There's more. I came in here because of you and Sabate.
Yeah, but right now you're still in Japan.
This thing been going on all night. Yeah, I know.
Well, they don't know I exist.
That's okay.
Yes.
Maybe when they're older and they're not.
I miss
We
you.
can go on. We can go on. Yeah, I believe. So Jen and I, we were just talking about Elon Musk and how he is going to be very influential, during this process. We were talking about it might be broken up, his company, but under the Trump administration, I don't think that's happening.
Hold on. I have to move away. I can hear you.
Yeah, I believe Nevada. I believe all those West Coasts are going to be hers.
All right, here's
what we got. State of Nevada, 6 electoral votes. The race, you can see Donald Trump to be well out in front right now. But again, close to call Georgia.
The Green Lagoon.
It'll be that one girl who's going to invest everything in, and the next thing you know,
Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play. Too close to call. Donald Trump.
And that will not be us.
Lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this thing unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory.
Everything's going shout out to the D.
States. Almost the whole game is Wayne County.
Let me give you a shout out.
About a quarter of the vote is in.
Also, just want to give another shout out to my guy, Austin guy over here.
But just to give you an
You already know he's an amazing world builder behind this phenomenal world that we're in tonight. So shout out to Austin guy, he did his thing. But we're not done yet.
Guys, if you have not seen the White House, please, if you haven't seen the White House aspect of this world, please get on the bus. Check out the White House. It's crazy.
Jay, you want to go?
Suburbs of Detroit.
The bus is at the spawn where you guys spawned in.
53%.
If you guys are interested.
Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little.
Yeah, that was a wild time. Our instructor straight up said they don't know who
It is a
won,
suburb
and we
of
never
Detroit
found
as
out until
well.
we got out.
Republicans do very well
Yeah.
here. Trump was
No,
at
I
50%.
not gonna lie to you.
You guys want to see the White House?
He's at 57, so he's
Very in my very past, I was totally a
Kent
liberal.
County. This is the last
So I
place
cried
where
when
Trump
Kamala-
held the rally last night, and or I should say yes, on Monday.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm
Getting
just
my
ready
days
for the
confused
anarchy
here.
to happen
Biden was
so I
at
can like
52.
dip
She's
off into the woods
overperforming there.
and
That's
be a
good news
chimp again.
for the Democrats. I also
I
want to talk
believe in
about
never turning a monkey
Washington.
shit.
This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there.
Well, it looks like I'm also gonna
71%
be a
of the
monkey.
vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats
Maybe
are doing
me.
very well
Well,
here.
before you came along,
Biden
which is me,
72%.
maybe like 3
Tonight, Harris
dogs,
is underperforming right now with
some cabin up in
almost
Tennessee.
three-quarters of the vote in Ingham County. Again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9.
I don't like
want to see some
outside
Trump barometers right now. Cass
I
County,
disagree with that
Trump's at
wholeheartedly.
66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again,
An R3
the story
like a
of
cat,
Trump
likes to go outside.
overperforming in those rural counties, we've seen it as well in Michigan. Still,
I
a lot
don't
of the
want
vote
them
is
to
out,
die,
though.
so I don't
Look,
let
we
them
still
go
need half the
outside.
vote to come in. A lot of
By
that's
the
going to
way,
be
he will be
Detroit,
coming
as we
with
know.
me.
I'm going to look at Saginaw.
I'm just really scared. I mean,
That semiconductor.
you got Robert
1% of the vote. I don't want to draw anything from there.
Kennedy working on our health care,
Jr.
right? Yeah.
Obama was the Harris.
But again, I
Come on, man.
believe,
I don't
I
get
really
that.
believe, I really believe that you just never know. America always
Not a
surprises you.
good, not a good choice.
Those are my mom's cats.
Listen, if Trump wins, of course we're gonna have to say that's our president. So I'm hoping that he hires a cabinet that he respects, that is strong enough to tell him no. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Not
second
a
time's the
yes man.
charm.
Vote is out in Wayne County.
Nobody
Second
wants
time's
to
the
work
charm.
with him.
Makes up Wayne County that
I don't know about
Muslims
What people in the White House to say yes?
Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but
yes.
There's no checks and balances now.
do they not show up? Do they vote for party?
I mean, that's why I like
Do they stick with
Harris, because she was willing to have Republicans in the cabinet.
It's like this fucking me,
A balance.
grown-ass man.
We need a balance,
Lacks so much empathy for other people.
and then somebody who's qualified too.
Right now, as Tom was just
No, I'm the same one. That's the only reason why.
I know that's burden.
in Detroit, city officials expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed.
I got
So
no-
You got something to say, Burton?
has been finalized.
Good night,
but that was the
Ty.
estimate
No,
earlier
Good
in the
night.
evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% that have been processed.
I can't stand him.
Overwhelming bulk
Good night.
absentee
I'm just
ballots.
kidding.
Good night.
I'm back to everybody. Good night.
The expectation heading into tonight.
Right.
Here you go.
The Secretary of
Come on now.
Let him go.
Huh?
She says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit.
He's a conspiratist. He is just not right. I don't think he's not in medicine. He's not a doctor. He hasn't studied medicine. How are you gonna run that department with?
Former President Trump won the
It's
Senate
like
by around 10,000
it's like telling me I can be a dentist. Let me open your mouth. Let me do dentist. I'm an accountant. Come on.
Tuesday, they can
Help
be
me out.
Hold on, we got
if
Georgia.
they're
Got
received
Georgia.
What's your comeback?
yesterday.
That is a lot of
Yo, you got nothing? Oh.
Thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Allison Barber is in Gwinnett County. Allison, how's it
Remember
looking like
Nancy, tell me.
Maybe you got a point.
Yes. He's a decent person. Okay, yes, I'll give you that. But I'd rather have someone who has studied medicine, who has been a doctor, who has been a chemist, a science, whatever, a doctor in that science, to run the medical department of the United States.
Surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margin.
Yeah, but they want to stop Obamacare, reverse everything that Biden has. Listen,
talking about Georgia. Think of what happened.
that's what Trump wants to do, yes. But he just doesn't have a policy.
In the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race.
He can't because he has nothing to come. He doesn't have a new plan, of course.
Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems.
What did he say in the debate? What does he say debate?
In 2020.
He definitely wants to get rid of Obamacare, but he doesn't have a policy to replace it right now. He's working on it.
I don't think he said that. I think he said the opposite. I think he's not touching Obamacare. If he wanted to
You're
repeal
thinking, but
Obamacare,
I know.
if he wanted to repeal Obamacare, he would have did it in his first term.
He tried. He tried, but he did try.
He said he left it alone. That's what he just said on the last debate. Okay, but in the last debate, he said he not messing with it.
Because he doesn't have a plan.
But and let me tell you, Don, if he can change the courts, right? If he could change the judges on the courts, he'll be able to take that law out of effect.
Okay.
And that sucks because I need that.
How effective is Obamacare, though?
It's very effective. I have benefit from it. I'm a double amputee, a diabetic, and I need all that health care. Period. I am using Obamacare.
Okay, for people like you, I understand, but it's a lot of people on the other side who say, okay,
That being said, though,
it's almost like they forced into it.
50-something people going to vote at all? Because they're making it sound like they're going to vote.
Right. You are forced into it. You will get taxed if you don't have insurance. That is true.
So that's almost like what they went to war for in the beginning in 1776 is a forced tax.
However, they look at it that if you don't have insurance and you get hurt, then we'll be paying as taxpayers more than you not having your own insurance. That was the whole purpose of Obamacare, is to have a lower premium. Right, healthcare for everyone.
Insurance, and accepted by people who have like conditions.
I personally know, and this is post Obamacare, America. I personally know people who've been in dire straits and gone to the emergency room without anything and been kicked out. So
16, you cried? Or was it 23?
Right, so now they can't do that. Now they're not able to do that. They can't do that now.
they was doing it though. They've been doing it. I said post Obamacare.
Yeah, post Obamacare. Yes.
Yeah, post Obamacare.
So again, I do feel that if there's kinks that need to be worked in it to make it better, then that's what we should do. Again, we should be American. American is you make a law and it gets better. It doesn't get worse.
Former Housing and Urban Development Secretary Julian Castro and Mark Blatter.
Anybody talking about these felonies this man still got?
2020 campaign.
Wait, you gotta take off his mic.
Oh, my fault.
Burden, give it to him. He needs to turn it green. Turn off the green. Okay, now grab it.
Trying to make sense of
Like
that.
two people arguing.
There you go.
I mean, is anybody going to talk about the fact that this man has, well, how many felonies pending?
He's convicted of 34 counts of fraud. He's been convicted of.
So how does this work for presidency?
And then I felt bad. And then my friend.
Okay, how it works is that he could commute most of his charges till after his presidency, and those are just the federal ones. The other ones he could probably just scratch off and be like, you don't have to.
You have to remember, this is a working class community.
He can pardon himself.
Right, and on top of that, the judges have given him the power to do that. The judges have given him the power to say, okay, you can fight that because you were president at the time.
The Latino community is much more.
So y'all do know
in the house.
What's up? Y'all do know the Kamala can on the gun right now. He can't. I'm just.
I haven't been able to.
Gonna put that out.
They're projecting that.
Yeah, but he can threaten and kill and want to kill people, so that's okay.
There's the break.
He want.
So many fucking Trump says I don't fucking doubt it.
Okay, so there's a win in Georgia. There is a win in Georgia for Donald J. Trump.
some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the
Wow.
Georgia has won.
I mean, like, I don't.
That is a turn. But I think
gives it
that
to
we said take it
246
to
to
the stage. And I
189.
think this is a good time to take it to the stage for MF Sons and Jen Smash. The future of America. I think this is a good turning point right now. So we can get Jen and MF Sun to the back, please. Your mic though. Your mic. He took the mic with him.
I just.
No, he took his mic with. There you go.
I really thought
My vote did not count.
I have no idea. I have no clue about their fucking vice presidents.
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight.
When he wins Georgia, I'm throwing on many men like 50 Cent.
And putting Donald Trump even closer.
I'll throw it on for you
She's
because I can
looking
put it
over
in
at
my
doing the back
No,
of the
not here.
envelope math here. So
Of course.
Here.
I feel like that's a way to
I just
get
wanna make
kicked
this
out.
very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina for former President Trump to go back to the White House. Look at his number right here, 252. If he wins
what?
Pennsylvania,
Vape juice,
he's
not
going
vape
back to the
juice.
White House, 271.
The fuck is
It's
vape
It's coming down to Pennsylvania. Come back here.
Kamala Harris.
Coming down to Pennsylvania. While we wait for the next panel to assemble.
Oh, man.
Everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Who did
I'm here with the great and beautiful Jen Smash.
I don't know.
Hey, what's up? Hi, everybody. I'm here with MF Sun.
I've been stuck in
What a crazy night, huh?
Texas for like a
And it is going the way that it needs to, Jen. And I'm just excited to be an American. This is the process, and this is what it is. Yeah. And I'm excited for this conversation that we're about to have.
Did you ever get
Yes, the future of America.
Future of America. And we have a great panel on this last segment. We have Sherwin, we have Burden of Proof, and we have Don. Don is also in there. So we're going to ask him to come out and take a seat. We're going to talk about the future of America. What's going on?
That or this is going to be a really short panel.
I just came out here to hear Jen cry. No, it's fine.
Birdie, come on this side of me. Birdie, come on this side.
I'm gonna stand up, right? Okay.
Yeah, I want to stand up. Here we go. Here we go. So, right, guys, man, the future of America, it's just a little shocking. You know, in the beginning of the night, we were seeing Kamala as the next first lady. And now we're looking at something completely different. I'm sorry, not first lady, the first female president. And now we are, my apologies, and now we're looking at something totally different. So I'd love to get your perspective before we get into this topic, please. We'll start on this side. Don?
I mean, it's a great idea, you know, but I don't think it's going to happen, but it's not too late. It's too soon right now to tell.
Trump doing him president.
It is my opinion.
Jen?
I'm feeling very emotional. Like, I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared. But
Yeah, I'm gonna go mute so I can call my friend.
I'm just scared for my daughter, for the future. That's all. For females, I'm really scared for us. Period.
Understood. Sherwin?
Yeah, I mean, it's like deja vu all over again. Like I said, it's a repeat of 2016 when everybody was sitting there thinking this was going to be, going in the direction that they wanted to. And clearly it's turning out that, Trump is, very strategic in his approach when it comes to campaigning and getting the electoral college. Like, as you can tell, it just comes down to your strategy. If you go for the swing states, if you go for, people you can persuade, that's how it's going to get you to win. And clearly Trump followed that strategy, and now he's, ahead of Kamala. It's just really unfortunate, for some people they're happy, right? But I think it's unfortunate that we could have had, like you said earlier, Jen, a first woman of color, right? There could have been a lot of glass ceilings breaking, and, we haven't been able to shatter that just yet. So.
Hey, Burden. What's your thoughts?
So every Wednesday I do this show, right? And we talk about current events and things like that. And I overemphasize what certain things that can happen to prevent Harris from winning and things like that. And it just seems like all those things that could have happened are actually happening in real life. Like, you couldn't pay me to say that Georgia was going to be red today. Like, the amount of people that I was watching going to the polls and things like that, yelling, "Ain't no way we're going to let him win." La, 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 la. I'm like, okay. But I mean, then reality hits you, and you know what I'm saying. And then it actually unfolds in front of your face. And then, like Sherwin was saying, in regards to strategies and things like that, and not just strategies and things like that, but there are certain people that don't want to see this yet. You understand what I'm saying?
It's like a silent majority. Yep.
Right. That's unspoken for. You know what I'm saying? That don't say a damn thing, and it's a mass of them, as we can see. And things like that. So I mean, if this is something that is unfortunate for a lot of people, or people are nervous and scared of it, I would give you this optimism that things have to fall apart before they get better. You understand what I'm saying? I think in certain instances, if this is one of those situations, things have to completely crumble before we realize, okay, what really changes we need to make in order for this country to be exactly what we envision it as a whole.
I agree. Listen, I think that we have a lot of things that we could be looking and paying attention to. One of the questions I have for the future of America is, where do you see, if Donald Trump is to win, where do you see us going?
Okay, right here.
In wars, as we talked about in some of our other panels, like, you know, he's saying that he's going to end these wars within a couple of days. What do you say to those things? Anyone? Sorry, were you Sherwin? I'm sorry.
You said Trump said he can end wars in a couple of days?
Yes.
Yes, that's what he said.
I don't think he can even wipe his ass in a couple of days. I'm just being honest with you, and that's just the honest truth. And the reason for that is because you and I'm not trying to be shady. You know, I'm just being honest because you see this man, and he's really like he's falling apart. And I'm just being honest. When you see videos of him, maybe some people may disagree, and that's fine. But when I see videos of him and I see him talk and stuff, it's almost like, you know, he's like falling apart. Like he's just not sane, and you know. So do I think he can end wars in a couple of days? No. If he can't keep track of where his pants are, you know, like I just don't think that he can do that.
Burn? I say grab your flak and your Kevlar, man. We running. If he can end wars in a couple of days, hey, let's strap up because it's going to happen. But I mean, I look, I don't know. I don't know, and I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I'm actually looking. If let's just say this man does get this presidency, I'm literally kind of intrigued or like anxious or like a little bit curious of like how the hell this is going to turn out. Like what really is going to happen to where we are really what's the word I'm looking influenced by this man's actions and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm really curious to see what this is going to be about. I mean, it's because like Jen would allude to, he's not a politician. He's more or less, quote unquote, a businessman. He's not really that good of a businessman either, based on how much money he's lost over the years and things like that. Right. So I mean, I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out.
I know.
I think I'm totally.
You made me
I got a young guy. I got a young son who's going to be enlisting.
walk up hills and then
You know,
downhill.
next year. I'm scared, man. I don't know if Trump is going to really just escalate what's going on. You know,
But like,
I got a real son that's signing up for the army.
Wow. And then God is in your favor because if all we have to look at and judge by is what the track record. He's already been in office, right? He's already been in office, not one war. I mean, he peeled a couple terrorists back, you know, with the drone or whatever, but he didn't go into an active war or proxy war.
You know what?
Now you come later when Biden gets in office, what do we get? This stuff we got now is Biden's administration. Ukraine, he got real ties in Ukraine, and companies in Ukraine, they get money off that war, right? And they didn't let the Ukrainian people to dry out because Russia's stomping the mud hole in Ukraine right now. But my thing is, I care about the wars in the world as long as we ain't involved in it, though. You know what I mean? And I don't think he's gonna get involved in any of that, in my opinion.
You're gonna make me fall mad.
Well, I guess my fear is that he will be able to end these wars in a couple of days, which means that he'll say to Russia, do whatever you got to do. He'll say to China and Taiwan, do whatever you got to do. And, you know, again, if doing that makes sense to you, I don't know. I think that's not American. I think that the American way is going to have that democracy all over the world, freedom all over the world.
That's not the American thing.
What's going to happen is that if Russia takes over,
Knock out some push-ups.
if Russia takes over Ukraine, then you'll be dealing with a larger Russia.
Don't worry.
What's wrong with that? Are they bothering us?
You can do a push-up.
They are economically. Economically, they are.
Hey, we got to play that game. We got to get better at the economic game. But war ain't the answer for everything. If we can't beat them, that don't mean we got to go bomb them.
Keep up with me.
I mean, we got to get better. You know what I mean? We can't just be going over bullying people.
I mean, after Ukraine is going to be Poland. After Poland, what is next?
That's on them. That's on them. We not the world's police.
I understand what Don is saying to a certain extent. We've been always the big brother to the world. To a lot of people, and we've literally
more like a Norse guy.
spread ourselves so thin to where we can't even help ourselves to a certain extent. So I'm thinking Don is like alluding to like, hey, that's their issue. You know what I'm saying? Let's take care of us first to where we can create a stronger presence in who we are as a United States. And then, when we have these crisis situations where people need the aid, all right, we can come to their defense and things like that and stand strong to that. I get what he's saying. At some point, we got to stop being the big brother and just focus on us.
That sounds like a trap.
We're so focused on Ukraine and Israel, we're not even aiding our own people. See what I'm saying? We're not.
Listen,
we're aid for our own people.
I definitely hear you.
This is all a democratic. This is all under a democratic administration.
I was skinny.
Again,
So that's why you didn't know.
But I think it was going to happen anyway. I think that it was going to happen anyway. I think it fell on the Democrats because the pandemic had happened, so it slowed things down from what Putin was going to do in the first place. It just happened that it was Democrat, and then we got put Biden in the office, which was an old man that he stoked the fire, sharp or slow.
He had his son over there causing the fire in Ukraine. We all know that. Everybody know that, right?
So what did Trump do?
Can I just say real quick though, on the opposite though of what we were saying about like minding your own business? Like I agree, the U.S. does get involved in a lot of people's business and whatnot. But like, if you just put it in like the simplest terms, even like for kids, right? You know, let's say you're in a playground and there's a bully, and the bully is like bullying your friend. Don't you want to help your friend step in and like confront that bully? With your friend, right?
That's cool. Only if we're doing it.
And that's getting bullied by somebody else.
I know, Sharon, but did you start the fight?
America's not doing it in that sense, though. America's only getting involved when there's resources that we can have access to.
And I do agree with that with a lot of the wars, like Afghanistan and Iraq and all those wars
all of them.
in the Middle East. That was all like.
I mean, those Middle Eastern
but that was under George Bush's reign. But that was under George Bush's reign.
But let me ask you.
These wars are seasonal.
Trump was in office for 4 years. Can you tell me what he's done for us? What policies did he push? What did he do for us?
For us as who?
He did do space.
He said 4 years. He worked on the space force. He worked on space, not this country. Like he worked on space.
Biden.
Right. That's the other question. The question is what did Kamala do, right?
Yes.
But she was the VP.
Everybody knows the VP.
I'm trying to answer to you.
Okay, so this shit.
This is getting good.
He didn't give pussy.
President Biden used his executive power to decrease the immigration 60% since last year. That's a fact. 60%. Yes, look it up.
You're in the same administration that allowed the immigration.
Can I finish?
No. She's talking about the ones that are counted. We're not talking about the 3 million that crossed the border. Go ahead, Jen.
And he lowered the insulin to $35. Thank you, Lord, because the insulin was costing me $90 for insulin.
Because immigrant father.
That's true.
I think that Biden has done a lot
Once
for
again,
the country.
haven't
Think
done
about
anything
it.
what Trump did.
When Donald Trump came out of office, we were at a deficit, and Biden helped the country get to a point where we came out of that deficit and brought us into a positive. So again, Democrats, if you look through history, they bring the money. Republicans usually spend it.
Yeah, spend it with us too, though. But okay, Democrats spend a lot of money. Now we're not gonna sit and talk about it like they ain't spend a lot of money.
They do.
In this last administration, they sent a lot of money, and we didn't get any of the money. That money didn't get spent with us.
No, yes, we did. We did get money. The money that he did on the infrastructure bill, right? Paid for our roads, paid for our city to be beautified. So, I mean, I live in Detroit. I saw the impacts that it made in a lot of community and still to this day.
Good.
So,
Technology chip sort of here.
yes,
I love
totally.
Detroit.
So, I mean, he did do some good, but that's your job as president. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do. So give me something that you weren't supposed, that you weren't supposed to do, but you did, and it was beneficial to America. That's the kind of person or president that I'm looking for.
I mean, you got to remember there was a pandemic during his administration.
Last year.
Yes, so, I agree.
He did pretty good, in my opinion. And I was against him when he was running the first time. I was against. I'm not saying I'm completely with him now. I'm not, right. I didn't vote with either side, so because they don't have a person to represent me as a black man. Nobody's represent us. So I didn't vote either way. But I'm leaning more towards him. Right, because
Well, good luck with the cops pulling you over, because now they don't have
I ain't got no
ask you
problem.
any
I was
questions.
born in America. I was born under that. Cops been pulling us over. You can't
sue
scare
them
me
now.
with the scare tactics.
Can't sue them now.
Oh no, I ain't worrying about suing. Just deal with it as we go.
So one of the other questions that we had was how Americans will, as far as family life, how do you think that that's going to change with a woman president? Jen, would you like to take that question first?
Why does it matter?
Oh yeah, I mean, women know how to run the family home. I mean, we have high. I was with some powerful women. Period. Just recently, making moves, so we can do it ourselves, and I think. We care about what's going on, the issues. We can gather people together on the team. She's already got smart people on the team that she was going to bring in. I think females could definitely run whatever the country. Look at the Queen. 75 years, she was the queen. And she did her thing. She's not going to be perfect. It's all about the cabinet. So she's the front, but it's about the cabinet. It's about your team.
Yeah, but just
to me, I look at the team.
Just because you
I'm just gonna say this. What really bothers me, and this is just me being honest, is just the blatant sexism in this whole campaign. Because if Kamala Harris did half or said half of the things that Trump had did during his campaign, they would have tore her apart. Like just recently, I was just talking to Jen on the phone. I'm like talking about this recent video of Trump performing like oral sex on the microphone. Like I don't know if you guys saw that. Some of y'all might find that funny, but if Kamala Harris did that, you know what people would be saying about her? Like they would be dragging her through the mud. So that to me is just why I'm so disappointed, because I feel like people still don't believe that a woman can run this country. And I think your sex has nothing to do with your qualifications to run a country. We've seen other countries be run by women before. We've seen prime ministers that are women. We've seen queens, like you said, right? Presidents that are women. So the whole notion that a woman can't run or can't win is not true. But it just is unfortunate because maybe it wasn't the right one, right? But I still think that, a woman should be able to do it.
I keep forgetting.
A woman can and has done it. But she's just not that one. In my opinion.
I think it's.
But women are more. I think women are more powerful and geared to run anything.
I guess
You know what I mean? Because they more fair, more just, and they run the family from the beginning. But now we in America now, and you already said it's Texas. So just think about what the rest of the world going how they will treat her. How they're gonna push her to a point where she gotta do something crazy. You know what I mean? They're not gonna respect her. We respect her. We Americans, we grew up in a culture, you know, our culture is moving closer to, you know, accepting women as in leadership roles or whatever. But we in America, think about the other countries, especially the key countries like the Arab countries and all that.
When you say we as Americans, I think like we in this room may think that, but not all of America thinks that, you know? I think that they still think that, well, a woman can't run this country. It's a man's job, right? And so I think that does convince a certain amount of people to go vote for a man, right? So I do think there's going to be sexism.
And we got the polar opposite in our community.
Let's not forget where we at. Let's not forget where we at. We are still in America. This place was created by white men. Period.
Like stolen by white men. There
we go. Well, okay. Well, call it what you want.
Here's now.
That's the foundation of this country, and those people are still in those places where you speak of teamwork. In these cabinets that you said that we have to have to create this unified front, they are still in this Congress. They still are running. But shit, because they have no life expect. There's no term. They sit there in these spaces for years and years and years, generationally, and just fill in the holes, and they're still there. So, in order to get that type of change that you're looking for, it have to be a complete overhaul. And those people
sound like revolution to me.
Man, which I feel that is what Trump's campaign was about. This campaign was really about a revolution and
it was about the last holdout. It was about their last stand, really, to me, to be honest. Last stand. I agree. But if you look at that right there, that's the past and everything in it. And then you look at the future. For me, my perspective of the future, I'm looking at my community and the culture that we got, and it don't look good. It don't look good. So I looked at that. I said, okay, at least the conservatives have some type of value. And you look over here, there's no value, there's no nothing.
Wait, let me ask you this, Don.
So
let me ask you this.
I mean, I'm just speaking for my community now.
And exactly, your community, right?
Preach.
And no, I just want to ask him real quick because you said earlier, you know, as a black man, right, and that's your community that you also represent. How do you feel about Trump, you know, removing all of Black history from textbooks, you know, and not teaching people about, you know, he did say that, you know, he did say he was going to do that.
Yes, as in
what Black history? Though? What Black history do they teach about slavery? They're gonna beat us in the head with that. That ain't our only history. And it's up to the parents. It's up to you to have knowledge of self. It's up to you to have knowledge of self. That starts in the home, and you can't send somebody off to daycare or school and hope that they give them all the information they need. You teach the mother and the father teach the child. So you got to have a knowledge of self. That shouldn't be a problem with us because we need to have a knowledge of self.
Some of these mother and fathers don't even know how to raise a kid. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and they could have an active family, right?
Back to the problem. That speaks back to the problem. Look, we're dealing with a double-edged situation. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's always been Black America for us. You see what I'm saying?
Listen,
so, for me,
let me ask you a question. Do you agree all the women stuff that he's trying to do? We will have to report our periods. We can't have abortions or procedures to save our lives.
We should have abortions. If we had to stop having abortions 30 years ago, we'd probably be the majority.
But listen, having a miscarriage, I have to have a DNC. DNC is part of scraping your womb. They're going to rule that out. That means I'm going to die.
That's crazy, but guess what? You only speak about that when you're not talking about the real reason most women go and have abortions.
The real reason most women go
What
have
about the
abortions
people who
because
are
they don't want to raise
molested
no kids.
and molested by their father?
That's sad. I'm against that. I'm pro
about
woman's
the
choice,
rape?
but I'm against abortion. I'm against abortion, but I'm pro woman's choice. But think about it. I know one female who had 5 abortions just because she didn't want to have a baby. That's crazy to me. You shouldn't.
So wait, so you think that
And
she
then I don't got to
she
say
should
it.
have the
If I'm
baby?
the
That's
father-
her business.
If I'm the father and I don't have a say in it, but then you turn around and you raise a kid and then I
So
still
you're
don't have
going
power
to
over the child.
punish. You're going to punish all the women of the United States now because
No,
of
I'm
your
not
belief.
punishing nobody. What I'm saying is it's unfair. It need to be straightened out, but
I feel like there's
it is what it is. It's both sides is abusing it. I think.
The women are
Well,
dying today.
listen. We have a lot.
What about the
time?
men? Nobody cared about the
hold
what
on.
the-
Things like Plan B.
One second, Don. We have a lot of time that we are going to have these kind of discussions. But unfortunately, we are going to have to wrap this session up. And we look forward to what is going to happen in America, whether it's with our social justices or our rights to abortion. But wars and everything else, we have a lot on our table as Americans and Americans, and we have to really get to work on those things and deal with these issues. Again, Metaverse is a great place to start. We can talk about these things and come up with solutions from all around. Oh well, we ran out of time for questions, but if we could do a couple of questions, that'd be great. Oh, awesome. Okay, great. So let's take some questions. If anyone has any questions to talk about the future of America.
It's just those like few
I'm
people.
looking around here. Anybody? You got a question?
I feel like.
I do have a question.
You got a question over here.
Okay, great. All right, Raccoon.
So my question is actually directed towards Don. In your opinion, when it comes to fixing the black community, what do you think Donald Trump will do to actually benefit?
Shit. Donald Trump he's kind of like he unpredictable. So, in our case, in the black community, unpredictable. Being that we had all predictable before, unpredictable was good. You know what I mean? Because he's an easy influence. Like people say, he's a narcissist. We know how to get in there and make him feel like he want to do something for us. We don't know. I know for one thing, the Democratic Party has had since 1968 to now to do something, and they haven't. So why not try it out? See what he got. Probably nothing though, to answer your question.
Can I elaborate on that though? Can I elaborate on that? Because sometimes raccoon, and I want to say that sometimes nothing is a phenomenal thing, because then you give people a blank canvas to create what they want to create. Like they just said a little bit earlier, they alluded to earlier, that he's looking to take black history out of the textbooks and out of education and things like that. But his question was, what black history? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Slavery, to that effect and things like that. We don't want to remember that anyway. We want to remember that we were kings and queens within this place, and then to give our people and our kids.
In our
no, you can't say that it's going to be out. You can't say that's going to be out
in the timeline of history.
You cannot have history be positive. Like history is not.
No, but you can. If you're already going to take out something, you're going to take out black history. Okay, but you're going to have to fill it with something. But as he said and he alluded to, it's up to these parents to issue confidence into their kids. Hey, you're not being taught shit in school now in regards to who you are as a person. So let me put this in your brain. This is who you are as a person. You are a strong, confident individual in things of that nature. You create your own narrative now, period. Now, you can sit there and say, oh, it ain't going to be it's shitting me. I mean, it starts at home.
If we being real with ourselves and tell the truth, and the truth, it hurts sometimes. We know the whole world history is a whitewash. Okay, let's talk. Let's. We want to be real. Let's talk about all of history is whitewash because, be honest, the Europeans You know, and I understand it a little bit, but it's based in white supremacy. Everything is based in white supremacy for their survival, so that's why I understand. You get what I'm saying? But we know we're in the information age right now. So it shouldn't be no reason that you don't have a knowledge of self.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
So
Exactly.
why leave it up to the teachers to teach about slavery when we know it's way more? We got a vast history.
So
Great
they're gonna
history.
teach us about white history and just
That's
keep it
what
like
they've
that.
been teaching about. That's what they've been teaching.
That's what
Slavery is
they've been
white
doing already.
Slavery is white history. That's not our history. That's just something that happened.
I'm not just talking about just slavery, but what about the other individuals have done stuff, have invented stuff, has been part of stuff?
Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, that's it.
They
That's
never
all you
taught
get.
that. They never taught that. Sorry.
No, I'm being honest with you. That's all you get. You get slavery, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. That's it.
They don't even give you Malcolm X. They try to give you Malcolm X now?
They don't give you Marcus
They don't
Garvey.
get Malcolm
They don't
X.
give
They
you
don't get
no,
Malcolm
they
X.
don't give you none.
They don't
They
get none
don't
of
give
that.
you none of these people.
Perseverance.
So what are we talking about then? We talking about losing that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you create
talking about losing. The only person they teach about is Martin Luther
to do
King.
what you want to do.
The one who kind of sold us into the Democratic Party. We want to be real, you know. And he kind of feared that he sold us into a burning house, which he did. So talk about it. Huh?
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere.
Did we go to commercial or what? Oh.
Okay, we keep going for days, so we really can.
Again, we go around and around.
This could go.
Oh, we have
for a
another
while.
question.
It could go. We did.
Indeed.
Where we got another question at?
Oh no, I was just telling him thanks for the question. That was a great question.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Raccoon.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah,
Raccoon.
good question.
Again, America, we have a lot to get done. And you're right, it definitely does start with our youth. It starts with being a great parent and paying attention to what your kid's doing. Now, my issue is there's a lot of other things that were on the ballot that we're not really talking about. What about, men in sports with women? Like,
That's
what
crazy.
are we going to do with that? That was on the ballot. Donald Trump was definitely not for that. I know several people voted for Donald Trump because of that one issue, because they didn't feel that their voice was being heard around that issue. And I get it. And it's a lot of issues like that. We just have to try to solve them one by one.
Can I speak to that though? I mean, look what it has come to when that's on the ballot. You know what I mean?
Hold on 1 second, Don. Hold that thought.
All right,
We
we're
got
gonna come on
people's
through with a
People's,
little
what we
breaking
got?
news. Little breaking news. The Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Just
Senate?
kidding.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Wow.
And also, we do have to wrap this. This is a great panel, y'all. We got to wrap this up soon because Trump is about to speak in Florida in about 1 minute. So I know we want to see that. We're going to cut
Yes,
the
we definitely
CNN
wanna see
coverage
that.
after this.
Listen, we had a great panel. Thank you so much, Don. Thank you so much, Jen, Burden, and Sherwin. What an amazing night. We talked about so many different issues, panels upon panels, women. We talked about childcare and everything. But listen, let's go to the screens. If you're at home, turn on YouTube. Let's see what Donald Trump has to say, you guys. Great night, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just want to say a really quick thank you because that was the last panel. Again, thank you to Aussie Guy, the world builder for this world. Thank you to Vision Studios, Beneficial, and T-Bot for streaming. Thank you to MF Sun, Jen Smash, Aussie Guy, and myself as the event organizers, and then our host.
Thank you, Sherwin. Yeah. Thank you, Sherwin.
Yes. CJ, Lux Vision, Beneficial. I think I mentioned, and then our host, people. Thank you for being here with us, even through the wee hours of the night. Yes, Queen Lili, Kristin, Burden of Proof, Unique Soul, and of course, MF Jen Smash, Kia and Inati. Absolutely. If I any
Amazing job,
moderators,
guys.
everybody on the staff, Ryu for helping with the map, everybody who was involved. Thank you guys. Let's go to Trump and see what he's gonna say.
Let's go, Trump.
Also, so everyone knows, Vice President Harris let us know that she will not be speaking until tomorrow. She's not speaking tonight. So we will not hear from VP Harris tonight. She will speak tomorrow. But we got the CNN coverage. We listen to some.
Wowzers, cows is putting pie.
Are you looking to take your online presence to the next level? At Lux Vision Studios, we're your one-stop shop for building a strong digital brand and connecting with your target audience. We produce high-quality shows in a variety of formats, including podcasts, talk shows, gaming content, and motivational videos. Our team of experts will manage your social media channels and branding, helping you amplify your story and reach a wider audience. We stream content across popular social media platforms and Roku, ensuring maximum visibility. Whether you're a gamer, entrepreneur, or looking to inspire others, we have the expertise to help you achieve your online goals. Here's what sets us apart: engaging content. We produce a variety of shows to keep your audience interested and coming back for more. Social media and branding mastery. We'll manage your online presence and build a strong brand that resonates with your target audience. Multi-platform reach. We stream your content across popular platforms and Roku, maximizing your visibility. Community focus. We believe in fostering a community around your content, creating a loyal following. Let Lux Vision Studios help you connect with your community and amplify your voice online.